Both Justin and Carl are attending by Zoom. We will be having a public comment period from Granby Highland Trails, but I'd like to have that not start until Mark Volt gets here. So I'm thinking we should go into the minutes of previous meetings. Has everyone reviewed those?
Well, and I don't think that's a problem because the presenter isn't here yet.
Yeah, I know, but he said he'd be here at, like, I told him probably 8:05 or so, and Mark called me when he was in partial, so he's gonna be at 8:05. So.
Minutes look good to me. I don't see
any corrections on the minutes, Justin?
Not that I said.
Okay.
Move to approve them.
Move to approve them. Okay. How about we look at the attorney report? Anything we want to ask in public about the attorney report? Okay.
There will be a couple of updates in executive session related to the two legal matters that we have ongoing.
Okay. And then I neglected to welcome in public Angie Wallace, our new HR person. So the board would like to welcome you, Justin, and Carl. You probably can't see Angie, but she's here and we're excited to have her. Okay, do you want to do any of your manager's report?
I can, and then when I get to the part where I was going to introduce her, then I'll let her kind of give a little bit of background on her.
Great.
Community Solar on November 10th, which actually was our last board meeting, I received their draft PPA for the Community Solar project from Cloudbreak. I've started reviewing it. I do have some stuff. I need to do some more in-depth review of it, and then we're going to have a call with them to work through a couple of things. But they are still very optimistic that they can make the project work for what they originally bid the project for, and possibly with some of the financial incentives that have been provided by the federal government, maybe slightly less than what they had originally bid it for. The FERC process with both the full buyout and partial buyout, no real action. In the full buyout, the parties have filed exceptions to the exceptions that were filed by the other folks. And so it is ongoing, but nothing from the commission in relation to the partial buyout ALJ's decision.
No, nothing on the partial yet?
Nothing on the partial, and the commission hasn't actually received the ALJ's decision in the full because everybody's filing exceptions.
But the partial, the commission does have, and we expect them to maybe do sometime.
Do something.
Okay.
We continue to work with the state and FEMA, and we have gone to where we were doing weekly meetings with them, and now it's, I believe, every other week or every third week. We have made progress. Currently, we've received reimbursements to the tune of $1,691,000. And those are 4 projects that were submitted fairly early on and related to rebuilding. And then the first 2 invoices or requests for funds related to Highway 125. We currently have reimbursements pending of $1,870,000. And those are 2 of the fire projects that have been approved for a while, but they are pending because they need one final review, and they are spending their time on the request for funds related to Highway 125, which we are okay with because those are much larger. We have, at this point, almost reached the limit of the original estimate that we made on 125, which was about $2.5 million. So we have been working through the process, and I believe Michael Haney from the state has a meeting with the regional FEMA folks, and he's going to try and get their sign off on the revised estimate, which would then allow them to pay all of the amounts that we have submitted, as well as ones that we haven't submitted at this point, because I believe our revision is 3.2. So any questions on FEMA? Everybody's favorite topic.
Hey, Mark, do you want to just make sure Carl's can hear us?
Yeah, Carl, you can hear, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So an update on the fiber. Adam will give you more of an update on the actual construction, but it is, well, they're pretty much done for the winter, but it is almost done as well. Draft agreement that we gave them. The day after the last board meeting, we actually had a meeting with the other third party that we have provided the draft to. They're reviewing the agreement, and we expect to schedule a follow-up call with them in early January. They were very receptive to the possibility. Some of the things that we asked for, which we knew might be sticking points, I think will be sticking points with them. But what we told them was we asked for everything, and knowing that they would probably want to give us something less than that. So we're still working through that process. We received from Keller Heckman, our fiber attorneys, 2 draft agreements, a master communication agreement and a dark fiber lease that we would be able to use for the business and governmental entities that are wanting to access the backbone. And we could do this prior to having any other third-party agreement in place for fiber to the home. And so we have started reviewing them. They are significant agreements. And Joe, of course, just about the time we got them, went on vacation. And so he has not had a chance to look at them. We hope to be able to schedule a call with Keller Heckman in the next couple of weeks to go over the agreements. And once we have those then in place, then we can start having conversations with the other participants or interested parties, I guess, to see if it's something that works for them.
I'm going to pause for a second.
Okay.
We're going to add Jeremy and Michelle in to the meeting. They will be talking about the Granby Highlands Trails project. Welcome, Michelle and Jeremy. If you can, Jeremy may be able to hear me. I just wanted to let you know that we have one board member who's running a little bit late. And so Mark's going to continue on his report to the board. And once Mark Volk gets here, we will switch over to you guys.
Okay, and I know Jeremy Crohn's, he was also running a little bit late. I got a text, so that works.
Okay, great. We'll continue on, and once we see their faces, we will break.
Okay, at last month's meeting, the board approved the scholarship for a child of an MPE member. The young man's going to go to line school, and he is actually going to the Mesa School and is scheduled to start in January of 2023. We've gotten a lot more information from him. He was waiting on transcripts to be able to provide them to the line school, but everything looks like it's in place for January of 23. Based on the standard practice and what we discussed with the board, we would provide him with $8,000 in January when he starts the program, $8,000 upon successful completion of the program. And then the hope is that he would be able to come back to Granby and work for us. But in the event that we did not have a position open, if he gets a job with somebody and completes 1 year with them, then we would give him the last third of the money that was approved. The good news is that the young man that we had that was an intern last year is also now interested in going to line school. This summer, we will bring him back as an intern, and then he will be getting us, be making a request to the board for a scholarship for line school as well. However, that would probably be, I think, in 24.
Yes.
What was that gentleman's name?
Which one?
The high school intern? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
And the young man that got this one that we approved last month is Blake Allen.
Okay.
And they are both reside here in Granby, so, and their families live here. So once they complete the school, they can come back here housing should not be a challenge for them. And with that, Angela started on Monday with us. So, and the good news is she came back on Tuesday. We have given notice to Employers Council, which provided the consultant to us, to terminate that agreement. And it was a month-to-month agreement. So we will be responsible for the services that they provided, which were very few hours. And I'm expecting that we probably spent somewhere in the neighborhood of $2,000, maybe $3,000 on that. So with that, I will let Angela give a little bit of overview of her life history. So start when you want.
Good morning. I am Angie Wallace, born and raised in Wyoming. So this is not a huge difference. You guys get a little bit more snow than where I'm from, but not too bad. Human resources, payroll experience. I come from an electric co-op in Riverton. So I'm very used to the cooperative model, the utility side of things, the tri-state, all of that stuff. So very familiar with all of that, and I'm very glad to be here.
Welcome.
We're happy to have you.
Thank you.
Angie, how big was the co-op in Riverton?
So we had 50 employees. We had about, I'd say 12,000 square miles of line. So we covered 9 counties. But we had half the meters. We had about 10,000 meters. So ours were very spread out.
Did you have to move down here, or?
I did.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yes, I relocated down here.
Wow,
So,
well, welcome.
thank you.
And for a gift for her on her first week, we had the snow.
Jeremy, hopefully somebody's texted you. We're waiting for one more board member who's late to the meeting, and then we will start with you guys.
Yes, thank you. I got the message.
Okay, great.
Our CFO candidate has passed all the pre-employment checks and will be starting on December the 27th. Her name is Emily Meeks. She comes to us with quite a bit of co-op experience. She worked for Yampa Valley, and then after her departure from Yampa, became a consultant and worked with a number of co-op clients and actually helped them with implementation of NISC and some of the NISC modules. So she brings a wealth of experience to the organization, and we're very happy to see her arrive on the 27th.
What will she be working on?
She will be the CFO, finance.
Yep.
Some more good news. Got notification yesterday from Tri-State that they are retiring $10 million of capital credits in December. And payment will be processed on December 15th or January 19th at the co-op's option. And you can, for some reason, if you want to, split your payment and get half in December and half in January. I'm not sure why you want to do that. We're going to go for the portion that we would get all of it in December. And all of it would be $282,520. So that will help us with cash flow at the end of the year as well.
What years are they retiring?
It does not say.
Presumably about 25, 30 years ago.
No, they're more, I would say they're probably within the last 10 years.
2004.
Thank you.
Okay, I was wrong. Winter Park Land. We have provided all of the required documents to the title company, including the partial lien release from RUS, CoBank, and CFC. The board resolution, which was passed last month, and statement of authority. The prospective buyer received an answer from the Corps that they would actually give them a decision on November the 24th. And as a result, they exercised their option under our agreement to extend the closing date until December the 29th. and paid the required non-refundable deposit, which we got the check and deposited that. And we expect that it will close on or before December the 29th. So we will have that money hopefully in the bank before the end of the year. Any questions on that? Seeing none.
Since before our January board meeting, how about just sending the board a quick email that it closed?
Yes. MPE funds. We currently have 3 financial institutions that we have deposit relationships with. One in Granby, one in Fraser, and one in Walden. There are 2 of those institutions where our deposits exceed the FDIC insurance amount and receive little or no interest because of where the money is held. And even if it was in the savings that the institution has, the best rate that we would probably be able to get is about 0.5%. We are in the process of consolidating the funds from those institutions. We will leave balances at both of them, but we're going to move the funds, the bulk of the funds, to the third institution that we currently have a relationship with. They have a program that allows them to distribute the funds on deposit and keep all of the funds FDIC insured. In addition, I want the board to consider authorizing us to set up an investment account at a brokerage, somebody like Schwab or Merrill Lynch, that would allow MPE to invest the funds in short-term CDs with terms of 1 to 6 months. We would have the opportunity to gain much better returns. And the current rates with Schwab for CDs, 1 month CD is paying 4.3%. A 3 month CD is 4.3, and a 6 month is 4.7. And expect those to go up after the next Fed meeting. What they also allow us to do, and I've done this with 2 of the nonprofits that I work with, is they have programs where you can identify CDs from multiple institutions, all banks that are FDIC insured based in the United States, in pretty much all of the 50 states. And by aggregating or staging the CDs with the maturities, you can create access to the bulk of the funds with a 30-day waiting period. So basically every 30 days you have funds that are turning over. We can
Sorry, mates.
I'm glad you did
talk more about that, but we have basically been making nothing on the money, and it is a substantial sum of money.
You didn't even need a motion about that? Just do it.
Well, I don't think he needs a motion, but we can give him a motion.
Well,
We need to support it. I mean, the policy says he can do it, and it's in meeting the FDIC. I mean, that's important.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And part of it was in Walden, we use the institution to deposit money we receive in Walden, but we don't ever take the money out. And that's why we have accumulated so much. The institution in Granby, we use it to deposit the money we receive here, but we have no process whereby we pay anything out of it. It's the third institution that has all of our checking accounts and stuff like that. So we will move it. And the only reason I was asking for board support on it is because it is another account relationship and it is an investment account that we would be doing. But I am the treasurer for our homeowners association in Anchorage, and we just recently this year did this. And before we moved the money, and in that case, it was about $200,000, we were making $13 a month in interest. After we moved the money, in the first month, we made $700. And we have subsequently consolidated most of the money that the Homeowners Association has. And so we are looking at making somewhere between $6,000 and $9,000 a year. And it's a much, much smaller amount of money than we have here at Mountain Park. So I think that it's something that we really need to look at because otherwise the money just sits there and we make nothing on it.
You mentioned Schwab rates, but is that what you're considering, or would you look at maybe trying to help out a local office like Edward Jones or?
Edward Jones has similar
rates.
programs, and so we could do that. The Edward Jones that was here in Granby, the building is gone, so I'm not sure where they went. I think they may have moved to the Fraser office and consolidated there. So we would look at that. And there might be other opportunities with a Merrill Lynch or somebody like that. Basically, you just need somebody that has a program whereby we can go online and actually buy the CDs. With the nonprofit health organization that I work for, we had about $8 million that we were cycling through. And because you want to keep it fairly liquid, you need to buy 30 or 40 CDs, and they're always maturing.
Okay, we're going to take a time out in this discussion and hear from the Land Trust on the Granby Highlands Trails project. We've got a number of people here to answer, to give us a presentation and answer any questions we have about the project.
So if you can make JD the host. Jeremy, do you have the PowerPoint? Because we can make you the host so that you can share your screen.
Yes, please do that. Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you for having us. Some introductions. I'm Jeremy Crones. I'm the Executive Director of Colorado Headwaters Land Trust. I'll talk a little bit more about us in the presentation, but the office is in Granby and we work in Grand County. With me today, I'll just go in order of who I see on the screen. Michelle, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I know several of you, but my name is Michelle Corden. I'm with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I was for 15 years the local conservation biologist out of Hot Sulphur Springs. I recently transferred into a new statewide movement coordinator position. So this project fits really nice with what I'm doing now, and that's helping to do land protections to secure animal movements. So thanks for having us.
Jeremy?
Good morning, I'm Jeremy Huntington. I'm the area wildlife manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So I oversee our field operations for Colorado Parks and Wildlife in Grand and Summit County.
And Ted?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ted Cherry. I'm the town manager here in Granby.
Thanks for the three of you for joining us. They'll be backing me up on some points in the presentation. So I'll share my screen here.
And while you're doing that, Jeremy, Carl, this presentation is in call to order, so you can see it in there.
Okay. Maybe. There we go. So we'll start with a brief overview of what a land trust is, just to get everyone on the same page. In short, a land trust is a private nonprofit with the mission of conservation or stewardship. We are a third-party entity, and we work primarily with perpetual conservation easements. That's the legal tool that we use to conserve private and municipal properties, such as what we're going to talk about today. Our ongoing responsibility for those projects is easement acquisition, and then monitoring. So after a conservation easement is granted to conserve a property, that is to transfer the development and subdivision rights as well as other restrictions to the land trust. The land stays in private ownership, the original landowner, that is their land. And then our responsibility is to make sure that that landowner lives up to their end of the bargain. You said that you wouldn't build a Ferris wheel. I want to make sure that there's no Ferris wheel on the property. Brief history of us. We were founded in 1995. And through our entire history, we have only ever worked in Grand County. That is a point of pride for us, being a local nonprofit with such a robust support system and community in Grand County. To date, we have 66 conservation easements, ranging from a very small one up in Grand Lake to a 1,000-acre one outside of Granby, and it covers the entire county. And in total, we have 9,310 acres under conservation within the county. Colorado Headwaters Land Trust has undergone a number of name changes over the years. You might have known us as the Grand County Land Conservancy or the Middle Park Land Trust. And today we are the Colorado Headwaters Land Trust. And we are an accredited land trust with the national organization, the Land Trust Alliance and the Accreditation Commission. And that is a proof of our responsibility and our work being a good steward of the land. Our mission is to conserve and steward the open lands and natural character of the headwaters of the Colorado River in partnership with the local community. We are part of this community. Everyone on the board lives at least part-time, if not full-time in the county. And we really appreciate working closely with our community members, ranging from individuals to municipalities such as Granby to governmental agencies such as CPW. So this is something that, of course, has been in the news a lot, and I'm sure a lot of people in the room understand the threat of the Colorado River. The river and the drought has been in the news, where we just passed the 100th anniversary of the Colorado River Compact. We have record-setting droughts up and down the Colorado River corridor, from here all the way down to Baja California. The river covers and serves over 40 million people across 7 states, and that's also including dozens of Native American tribes and other institutions going into northern Mexico. We, at the start of the Colorado River up here in Grand County, we are responsible for that long-term use. It starts with us, and we really need to stake our claim in that, to say that the river starts here and we need to be responsible. The Colorado River is a resource for wildlife and the public. So every project that we do is different at the Land Trust. Most of our projects are with private landowners, individuals, ranchers, hunters, just landowners who want to conserve their land forevermore. This project is so unique, and I'll talk more about this in a little bit, but it's so unique in large part because it serves everybody. It serves wildlife, it serves the public, it serves the private neighboring landowners and everybody else. Oh, well, talk about that photo. That photo is on this easement that we're talking about. We're looking north along the Colorado River. And so on the left side of the screen towards the text is the easement, and on the right side is the Miller Ranch, with 34 being farther to the right. Was that a question?
Nope, that was just me commenting. You can see the WAPA power line in that photo too.
Yes, you can. That's how we delineate the property when we're out there. We say, yeah, follow the power line. So for this project will conserve 780 acres. 480 of those acres will be dedicated to multi-use recreation, and 300 acres will be conserved for wildlife preservation. I'll talk a little bit more about this, but I'll also hand it over to the CPW folks in a second. This division of the property, the 480 with the 300, was a way of accomplishing what I spoke about in the last slide of appealing this project to everybody and benefiting everybody, having that public access and the public recreation, as well as the vital wildlife corridors that we have in this county. This division also comes from years of conversations and negotiations with a number of players, including Headwaters Trails Alliance, which is listed on the screen, as well as CPW. CPW has committed funds toward this project, and we're in the due diligence phase of that grant. But our local staff, Jeremy and Michelle particularly, have been in the room and have been on negotiations from the start, pushing and negotiating for the multi-use recreation as well as the wildlife preserve. One other component that was agreed upon largely with CPW was a winter closure. And when we get to the wildlife slides, we'll talk more about that. But the winter closure will be from, as most winter closures in the county are, roughly November to May, for the benefit of the elk and other wildlife that use that corridor in the winter time. And as we know, this is 2 miles from downtown Granby. In the summertime, it's a lunch walk for me and my dog, not only to the dog park, but all the way to the river. And so it's highly accessible and highly appealing to so many who live in Granby, work in Granby, but also pass through the county on their way to Kremling, or assuming they're coming from Berthoud, on their way to Kremling, and then all the way up to North Park, but also in the other direction. This conservation easement also includes 2 river miles of the Colorado River. The Colorado River, in some parts of that stretch, is shared with the Miller Ranch and other private landowners. On the Granby side, there is fishing access run by the town of Granby. Yeah, so there's that. That's the broad overview. This land is highly unique. This is a great view from the water tank on top of the hill. We're looking east towards the town of Granby and the Continental Divide. There's 100+ year history on this property, particularly of ranching. Most people who have been in the county for a long time know it as the Old Horn Ranch. Wildlife conservation with public land and river access. That is a great summary of this, and that really speaks to the inclusivity of this project. There are so few easements of this size, not only in Grand County, but statewide. And it's easements of this size with these types of components, with the public access, the wildlife preserve, the fishing access, and the Colorado River. There are certainly no town parks of this size in our region, and I'm including both North Park and Middle Park because I know that Mountain Parks Electric covers this region. And while North Park is on the east side of the divide and we're on the west side, we are in this one region, and we will all benefit from this. This project, as long as it has taken to get to this point, there is still a lot of developmental pressure, and we credit the town as the landowner for really helping to continue this project moving forward, of saying, no, the town does want to conserve this land, but we all live here, we all know what the pressures are in our community, and conserving this land will prevent really unnecessary sprawl and a burden on our infrastructure that a development might look like, which then speaks to the time sensitivity. So for supporting this project and why we're here today, easements are forever. These conservation easements are perpetual. That's how Colorado Headwaters Land Trust works. That's how most land trusts in the state work, is that when we conserve a property, that conservation goes on regardless of who the landowner is, regardless of the time scale. This property is central to the region. You know, you have to pass through Granby. If you're coming up from Denver over Berthoud, you have to pass through Granby to get onto 125 and go northward. And Granby is the epicenter of a lot of the traffic going to Rocky Mountain National Park as well. This will increase recognition. I know that Mountain Parks Electric is well known throughout the region, but it's more good press for Middle Park and North Park. And again, this project will benefit everybody who comes through. Recreators, wildlife watchers, even those such as hunters who might, you know, you can't hunt on this property, but the benefit to the herds and the wildlife will benefit them as well. I've interspersed some quotes in this presentation. I won't read them today because we're going to hear from some of those folks in a second, but I believe that the board has received this PowerPoint, and so you can see the quotes. And so now I am going to turn it over to Jeremy and Michelle, if you would like to talk a little bit about the wildlife benefits, particularly, and the negotiations that we've had between CPW and the Land Trust. Jeremy, if you want to take it away.
So this property has ultimately been significant winter range for deer, elk, and summer range for pronghorn. I'll let Michelle go into a little bit as far as the sage grouse, but that's also a unique opportunity as far or location where we have sage grouse near Granby in this area. As far as the elk and the deer, when they're migrating out of Rocky Mountain National Park and kind of transitioning to winter range, this piece is a significant movement corridor for those animals as far as for them to be able to get to their winter range. And they're very visible from the town and the area. So that creates a unique wildlife watchable opportunity as far as folks in the community that can relatively easily look up the hill and observe animals in close proximity to town. Michelle, if you'd like talk about the grouse.
Yeah, well, I wanted to add on too, and with my new position with the wildlife move as a wildlife movement coordinator, we're pulling together all of our GPS collar data. And in this area, it's really evident that the pronghorn and elk, as Jeremy mentioned, they're wintering either between Granby and Hot Sulphur on those southern slopes, or even going as far as Kremling for the pronghorn and some of the elk. And then they're traveling back through that BLM lands between Hot Sulphur and Granby, coming through this property, and then some are heading into the Fraser Valley. So this property, although the easement's 700 acres, it is adjacent to Sea Lazy U lands and also connects to some of the Northern Water property. So there's a lot of other open space in this country still to allow these animals to move through. And Jeremy and I, we've done sage grouse counts on the BLM, the neighboring properties, and this property over the years. And in the wintertime, there'll be a couple hundred head of elk that will be held up on this property. So it's very important to maintain this movement. If we lose this corridor connection right here at this 34 and 40 area, we will lose some connectivities, especially for pronghorn into that Fraser Valley. So for sage grouse, I worked with sage grouse for when I was a wildlife biologist, and this population, we have one remaining breeding ground on the eastern portion of Grand County, east of Byers Canyon.
They owned it all, but
And the one remaining breeding site, I should say it's one kind of complex because they move around. It's a very fragmented population, so they're not very consistent. And they move around, and over the years, we've documented them breeding, doing their breeding display, which are known as leks, on this property, immediately adjacent to this property on private lands, and also on some of the BLM lands. And Jeremy Crones mentioned the kind of the wildlife preserve area that we worked with. Jeremy Huntington and I sat down with Granby town staff with a map, and we identified an area on the eastern edge of this property, northeastern edge, that we suggested get no sort of recreation development or trail development. And that's because we know that these sage grouse and other ungulates, other elk and pronghorn hold up on the BLM and on the neighboring ranch to the north. And if we allow people to venture on trails all over the property, then we're going to be displacing those animals off of those protected lands. And the town of Granby worked with us to identify this preserve area that would buffer some of these other lands, so these animals have a place to kind of get some rest and reprieve from any sort of pressures.
Thank you. And so to that point, we'll move just a little south to the 480 acres of what we're calling the public access or public recreation area. This is the largest town-owned, publicly accessible in the property in the region. And through conversations, and we haven't mapped it out yet because we're still in the fundraising stage, but the idea currently is upwards of 10 miles of non-motorized multi-use trails on the property. This is something, of course, it won't be, venturing up to Rocky Mountain National Park or around Lake Granby and those trails, but this is something that is accessible from the town and relatively easy. I mean, if you go out there, the elevation is nice and rolling. There will be seasonal access, and this is something also for the benefit of wildlife, that this will really only be a recreational area from May to November, and then the benefit of the elk and the other ungulates and migratory creatures in the winter time. Then the other part of recreation is fishing access. And I know that there are a lot of questions about the fishing access and how that's going to work. Ted, if you don't mind, if I can hand it over to you, and if you want to explain what the fishing access looks like today and how that'll continue.
Yeah, hi everyone. So our fishing access along the Colorado is currently set up on a beat system and a reservation system. So on a portion of the Colorado that we own that we would put in within this easement, we only own half of the river. The Millers own the other half. And so that is off limits to the public at this point in time, because we don't want people, confusing which half of the river they can fish on and whatnot. But on the rest of the river that we own the full width of the river, there are 5 fishing beats on the river currently, and people, as long as they have the proper state permits, can make a reservation for those beats. 2 beats are open in the morning and 2 beats are open in the afternoon. The reason why we set it up that way, to have limited access to the fishing out there, is really to help to sustain the health of the river and the health of the fish that are out there. So that was the original intention of that, and how it was originally set up, and we've continued along with that. And I don't foresee that changing anytime soon. So
thank you, Ted. And as I mentioned, HTA, Headwaters Trails Alliance, has also been a working partner on this project and are really looking forward for this. This does tie into their strategic plan as well, of a trail connectivity project throughout the county. We all know of the Granby to Fraser and Fraser to Winter Park. And this project will also help them connect their trails northward to Grand Lake and westward to Hot Sulphur, Parshall, and Kremlin. There is also a lot of economic benefits to outdoor recreation, to conservation, and specifically to conservation projects that benefit outdoor recreation. I won't go through all of these percentages, but as you can see in your slide packet, you can read through these. You can look at the Summit Economics report, but ultimately there is an immense return on the investment of supporting a project such as this for the community writ large. And of course, the biggest one, which is bolded, 61% of our economy to date. And I'm sure now it's even larger because this project came out, or this report came out in 2021. So much of our local economy comes from outdoor recreation, and this will only increase it as we see Granby continuing to rebound and grow as a town itself. So now we get to the ask, why we're here today. So this is the basic funding breakdown that we have. Through negotiating an agreement with the town of Granby, the total conservation easement value is $4.2 million. That's based on a 2019 appraisal. And I can talk a little bit more about how conservation easements are appraised later on in the meeting or offline if anyone is really interested in that type of math. As I said, 780 acres with 2 river miles. The town of Granby is donating roughly 65% of value. That's $2.7 million. What that means is that the town of Granby is not putting forth that money. Rather, they are forfeiting receiving that money in exchange for the conservation easement, which means that we have $1.5 million to raise. And from the start, our intention was to raise that money through grants, major sponsors such as Mountain Park Electric, general sponsors, and a public campaign, which has been going on for a few months now. So of the 1.5 million, Grand County Open Lands, Rivers and Trails, called OLRT, or you might remember it as the 1A ballot measure from 2016, they have committed $750,000 towards this project. Colorado Parks and Wildlife, as I mentioned earlier, has committed $400,000 with some strings, all of which we had negotiated prior, including seasonal winter closure, no access wildlife corridor, and maintain the current fishing access that exists with the town of Granby. And then lastly, through our public campaign and public donations, we've raised almost $50,000, and more is coming in as more people understand this project and I talk to them. So to be raised is just over $300,000. And of course, the exchange is public acknowledgement and on-site name recognition, as well as the very many benefits that we've talked about so far to the community, to the wildlife, and to the region. And so our ask to Mountain Park Electric is $75,000. I understand your budget. I understand how you give money otherwise, but putting this on my paperwork made sense. So I appreciate any consideration. As I've said, there is long-term return on community relations investments. It increases the community quality of life, having outdoor recreation, being able to have our not only local community members, but plenty of visitors and guests and second homeowners and everybody else who comes through this region to benefit from such a beautiful piece of property being conserved and being conserved for recreation. And then, as I mentioned as well, there are great economic benefits to projects such as this throughout the region. A donation of what we're asking is highly effective. This is a tangible way to benefit the community and really get anyone's name out there to say that not only are you focused on your core mission and your core values, but you're applying those values to something that's much broader than your day-to-day mission work. Ongoing high public visibility. And I know, saying that to Mountain Parks Electric, where so many people are members and people really know and appreciate this organization and this business, this is great press. There will be attributed signage, and conservation easements are forever. And so that signage will be there, and that appreciation will continue on for a long, long time. And then, of course, the media coverage. We will include and attribute Mountain Parks Electric in all statements and materials and coordinate with your own media plans. I appreciate that Mountain Parks Electric has a strong focus on education and on youth development and on community development. And this property promises to be something that is so visible, but also very usable. The land trust is, my staff is already imagining ways that we can utilize the property for educational purposes, for events, and for ways to really engage people on a number of different levels to really appreciate the benefits and the great blessings that we have here in Middle and North Parks. This is the current list of partners in benefit. So, of course, the town of Granby being the landowner, Grand County through Open Lands, Rivers, and Trails, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, as I've said, committed funds and have been at the table. Mountain Parks Electric can certainly find their place on this list. Then the Land Trust, HGA, and public supporters. Excuse me. We are reaching out to other businesses and organizations for grants similar to this as well. And we're working with them today. I hope to hear back from the Gates Family Foundation today. They are a conservation-minded foundation based in Colorado that are great supporters of land trusts and conservation easements, as well as a lot of recreation projects such as this. And so this is right up their alley. And I hope to hear by the end of the day today of their commitment to support this project. And so I appreciate this was a long PowerPoint, but a short presentation. And so I'll stop sharing here and turn it over for questions. I want to respect the meeting's time and the board's time. But if you do have questions or comments, the four of us are here to answer what you have.
Are there questions for anyone, for Jeremy or any of the presenters on this project?
Are the surrounding landowners in favor?
Yes, sir. We have letters of support from the Dines family, as well as vocal support, express support by the Horns, as well as the Millers. I've met with the Millers. They certainly have concerns about development and use of the river, but through conversations, they have expressed support.
Thank you.
Are there any water rights associated with this?
No, sir. Ted, if you would you like to explain that a little bit?
Sure. Well, the water rights are a little bit complicated on that property, but the town's retaining those water rights that we do have for the purposes of providing water to the community is the long and the short of it. Yeah, you did see the one picture that had sort of a lake up there. We have augmentation ponds on the property that are used to take water out of the river during free flow periods and then release back into the river during times of requests for that water. But the water rights for consumable use are promised basically to the property for Sun Communities, and then there's also an interconnect of water that we can let water flow to the north side of town in the event of an emergency.
Do you know if there's any pre-22 water rights involved?
I don't know the answer to that question, sorry.
Do you know what pre-22 water rights are?
I don't.
Morton.
They are pre-Colorado River Compact rights that if there's a call on the river, they won't be affected. They can still operate, and they are very valuable right now. So I was just curious of what about the water rights here? Thank you.
Yeah, because the property is owned by the town, we're taking into account the entire municipality. And so it's a little different than a private landowner, but good question.
Justin, do you have any questions?
No, I also spoke with the Millers to see if they were in support of it, since it adjoins about 1 3/4 miles of their property. So.
Great.
I hope they haven't changed their mind since I last spoke to them.
No, they're in support of it. You know, have some concerns, but also would rather not see their hillside developed like the front of the Horn Ranch was.
Mark.
Do Sun Communities or whatever they call that outfit out there, are they donors to the project? They're kind of a beneficiary, really. Also, have they made any financial commitment to this, Jeremy?
Not yet, but I am in conversation with them. I'm talking with their local staff, and our proposal is moving up their food chain. And so I hope to have a response to them, a preliminary conversation, hopefully before the end of the year. But they are slow moving.
So essentially, how much more money have you got to do to make the easement? How much are you lacking?
As of right now, just over 300,000.
Okay. I said that in here. Okay.
And I just want to add for the view shed, not even the wildlife, the property goes up the slope. So you know where the Northern Water Pipeline Road is? I don't know if you guys know, it cuts but kind of by the WAPA power line, just south of that. So this property goes up that slope and, you know, kind of where the power line is. And when Orvis owned it, they had that subdivided into larger, like 35-acre, and they were going to put kind of the trophy homes up on the hill. And then they were going to have down below was already, when Granby got it, already had roads and water lines. That whole area that we're even looking at for the easement already has utilities on it and infrastructure on it that Orvis put on. So there's potential that what you're seeing from Suncor and River Run now could expand across the whole meadow and up the slope and would abut against Sea Lazy U's property and BLM properties. And then it would just, you know, it would just be that. That's what it would be. So like visually also, I think we've all enjoyed that. What's the word I'm looking for? The open space, the view shed, right? And you could just envision that going up the hill. So I really commend the town of Granby and Colorado Headwaters, because this has been a long conversation for a while. So.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. When we started this conversation, it was said to me that all that needed to happen was the town to flip a switch and the entire property would be charged with electricity and water and sewer, and everything is ready for houses to get on it. But frankly, not only for the conservation benefits, but thinking as just a community member, our infrastructure really is not there yet.
Kristen, do you have any questions?
He answered them. Thank you.
Jeff?
So the infrastructure's there in part of the conservation district, part of that land that you're seeking? The infrastructure's in the ground?
Ted, would you like to address that? Hydrants and things?
Yeah, so as Michelle said, when this was Orvis Shore Fox owned, the plan was to put a golf course and an HOA community on the property. Before they went bankrupt and then bank owned on this property, they had put in 4 or 5 golf holes on the lower portion that is not involved in this easement, but had also put in all of the water, or the vast majority of the water and the sewer infrastructure. While there would be some work to do on that infrastructure, it's certainly to get it working properly. You know, as Michelle said, it is kind of a flip the switch kind of situation where, you know, it could easily be turned on and easily be upgraded. And so, you know, the conversations from my board has really been about, you know, why are we going towards the land trust versus why are we not just keeping it ourselves? And I think that the answer to that is, while this board or the next board could have the best of intentions on the property, who's to say that 10 to 15, 20 years down the line, if the town was in financial struggles or if there was something else going on, that board at that point in time could certainly up and sell this property. And so putting it into the conservation easement is the way to protect the property for the duration of the time and make sure that that switch doesn't get flipped to turn the water and the sewer on.
What happens to those underground utilities? Did they just stay in place?
Yeah, they're just pipes. I mean, if you go up on the property, there's some fire hydrants. You know, those will need to be taken out. But yeah, I mean, all the piping will stay in place, and they're capped at this point in time. So,
Justin, you had your hand up.
Just the Miller, I was in conversation with the Millers earlier, and they asked one more time to. Their concern is still folks, you know, fishing throughout the entire river and coming on basically their private side of the river, and they'd definitely like that to still be included as one of their main concerns, both fishing and hunting and just trespassing and walking and access and things like that in general.
Well, thank you for that. And that is something that we're paying attention to and trying to work with the town on. And Ted, correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand the town zone, what's Rich's title? There will be town staff patrolling the property and making sure that the rules and regulations of the property remain consistent.
right. So we provide code enforcement on the property to make sure that people are not, you know, that the people who have the reservations for the fishing beats are using them, that they know where they're supposed to go for those fishing beats. And again, there's only 5 of them, and literally only 8 people per day are allowed on the river, on this section of the river.
We understand induced demand, and you know, people will find the access, but this is something that we are working closely with the town on.
Kristen.
How are you gonna close the property without fencing it so as to preserve wildlife corridors?
Jeremy, would you like to address that?
Yeah, ultimately we'll utilize signage as far as where it's at. And then the Granby PD has been really great already for working with us as far as when there has been some trespass and some issues, as well as we would have the opportunity to enforce regulations that may be on the property as well for trespassing and folks that are going outside of that. So ultimately signing maps and good education kiosk.
And I would add, for the wildlife preserve piece on the north and northeastern edge, I think the concept is that, you know, if people walked out there, that's fine, but Granby wouldn't develop trails that would attract people to the eastern edge, which also would keep them, give a little bit of buffer to see Lazy U property and that type of thing too. For closures, we as well as BLM and the Forest Service and other entities. I mean, we have winter closures in areas all over the state. And a lot of it comes down to education and signing, and then the town would be able to maybe, they would have signs up and that type of thing. And then in the winter time, if there's snow, when the closure would be, the trails wouldn't be groomed or anything like that. So it wouldn't be inviting to people to go out there.
And I'll say too, with winter range and the closures, is as far as why that is so important is ultimately with the neighboring landowners, as far as millers and their livestock operations, we do have game damage conflicts as far as elk that will feed with livestock. So the idea is by having winter range closures in a sanctuary area for those animals to utilize will hopefully reduce some of the impacts as far as the development and shifting those animals down towards where it could increase our game damage conflicts and some challenges for neighboring landowners who have livestock. So opportunity that as we haze those elk off of private land, that they have a place where they're encouraged to hopefully stay. And then the other component with winter range is it's one of our limiting habitats that runs our carrying capacity for how many animals the landscape can support. And so winter range is probably one of the most significant habitat types for development. And as we lose winter range to development, it's very difficult to replace.
Any other questions regarding this project? Thank you guys so much for the presentation. We will be talking about this later today, and we'll be back in touch.
Thank you so much. And again, if anyone does have outstanding questions or comments or concerns, please feel free to reach out. I know that a number of the board members are familiar with the land trust and have my contact information. And if you would like to talk to CPW or town staff, we can also facilitate that. So thank you so much, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thanks, Jeremy. You guys have a good day. Oh, Carl, do you have another question? Yes?
Yeah. Is there any covenants in this easement that the land trust cannot sell the easement to some other entity like the Nature Conservancy or the government or et cetera?
Carl, I haven't seen the easement. I think in some, I have to disclose that when I was a teenager, my parents put an easement on some ag land that was by the Connecticut River in New Hampshire. And that organization, which was the Connecticut River Watershed, eventually was rolled into another organization that assumed the monitoring and responsibility for that easement. So I think I get where you're going. It has to be crafted carefully. And I do know that there has been some pressure in particularly to rethink some of the easements that they've done because they're on really important, valuable land. And could they conserve more if those easements were sold? Now that creates all sorts of trouble with the IRS and with the intentions and motivations for land conservation. I would not expect that to happen here. And I'm sure the land trust is looking at that on all their projects. But
that raises a quick question from me, and maybe I missed it during the presentation, but will the contributing partners have access to the proposed easement document in advance of contribution?
If you would like to include a rider of some sort in your grant, I'm sure we can make that work. CPW, that's built in, that they review it, OLRT as well. So it's not off the table, and MPEI can certainly have that review. Although I will emphasize that this is what we do, and we appreciate the concerns surrounding conservation easements, but Colorado Headwaters Land Trust prides ourselves on being a robust local organization. And while we've been certainly tempted to merge with other organizations, and distribute conservation easements. Otherwise, for the last 20 some odd years, we've held strong and kept our portfolio ourselves. So with all that, but yes, this conversation can be ongoing. What we would like to be able to bring to the town is a financial commitment towards this project. So then in 2023, we can really hit the ground running alongside the town and other actors to create this conservation easement with the goal of closing by the end of 2023.
Thank you.
And if I could just add to that, I mean, obviously the easement is with the town, so we will take great responsibility in making sure that the easement is crafted correctly, that it meets the needs of the community as a whole. And so, the discussions that Jeremy and I have had up to this point, along with CPW and town board members, I think we are on a good page, or the same page right now, on what the easement needs to look like. There's going to be some other parties involved with, helping to craft that, but we're confident that we'll have a robust easement that will stand the test of time.
Do a better job than Fraser did in our easements. Yeah.
They didn't have any. Yeah. This is different. This is very different.
Yeah. The land trust refrains from commenting on that situation.
Okay, great.
Any other questions? Thank you, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I need to change my post here. 1 second.
Oh, yeah. Jeremy, you don't want to host the rest of the meeting for us?
Well, actually, if he drops off,
If you just drop off.
Okay.
Okay.
So, just leave meeting. All right.
All right. We will discuss this under discussion action items, and if we're going to take action, we'll go under emergency business. My mistake on the agenda, I had it put in public comment, but neglected to have it put in the next portion as well. So, does anyone need a quick break, or are we good to finish Mark's report?
And there's just three more items, so it should be really quick.
Okay.
Office closure for Christmas Eve and Christmas. This year, Christmas Eve is Saturday and Christmas Day is Sunday. So Christmas Eve will be observed and the office will be closed on Thursday, December 22nd, and Christmas Day will be observed on Monday, the 26th. A reminder that the holiday party is tonight at Grand Manor. Oh, tomorrow, that's right. It's only Thursday. Tomorrow night at Grand Manor and begins at 6 p.m. The last item, staff met with the Colorado Energy Office and a representative from Clean Power to talk about a program that they had set up related to the Marshall Fire. And it provides funds for homeowners that had their property either destroyed totally or damaged. And it's for primary residence or long-term rentals. And the funds can be used in the rebuilding process to put in energy efficient upgrades, battery storage, EV chargers, and to comply with revised energy codes for the local jurisdictions. They have, the state, are looking at, they are partnering for the Marshall Fire with Excel. Excel is providing a significant portion of money. And for our area, the state would actually provide the money that Excel is providing. They have a fund of $20 million, and currently they have commitments for about $200,000 of it. So we are working to identify of the properties that were damaged or destroyed in the East Troublesome fire, the ones that have already rebuilt, and the ones that never contacted us to have service, and so those services will be retired. So that sweet spot in the middle. And then we have a meeting scheduled with them on January the 9th, and we'll further discuss the opportunity. And there is the possibility that Mountain Parks would actually oversee distribution of the funds. There is the opportunity that And they are looking from a legal perspective that if we do it, then the funds would not be taxable. Whereas if the state disperses the money, the funds are taxable for both federal and state.
That's a nice program.
So that is the end of my report, unless anybody has any questions.
Let's circle around. Are you guys all okay with what Mark was talking about, removing some of our money from banks and investing it in CDs that are FDIC covered by the FDIC?
Well, perhaps if anybody objects, speak now.
Yeah. Okay.
Literally did the same thing last night with mine.
And tomorrow I have CDs for the other organizations that I need to renew. With that, we have Adam White joining us on Zoom because he has been under the weather as well. You have his safety report. And if there are any questions on the safety report, Adam will, I'm sure, have the answer for you.
Liz, this is Carl. I have a.
Go ahead, Carl. Hello, Carl. Go ahead.
Mark, I have a question on the fiber. You mentioned that they are quitting for winter. I think last month we talked about it, and Adam said that he was going to make them complete the project so it didn't have to be rebid or whatever for next year. Is that only on phase one, or is it phase two also? Because there has been no boring up here that I have seen, and this substation up here is not connected.
There was some boring done. There is one bore that is left. The equipment was up there, but because of the temperature, the water in the equipment kept freezing. So they will have to come back next year to complete that last bore related to phase two, and it's in the North Park area. In Adam's report, he'll talk a little bit about phase one. There is a little bit of work that is left in phase one, and they will be doing some of that the remainder of this week. And then ADB, which was the original contractor on phase one, will be demobbing for the year. The other contractor that we brought in on phase two, it's actually completed all of their work, or phase one, sorry, has completed all of their work. And we are getting a punch list from Connexon related to both phase one and phase two, but primarily in phase two because that's where we have the greatest concern, or phase one, we have the greatest concern. And that punch list will be things that have been put up but need to be tweaked in order for the fiber to work the way that we want it to.
So do we have to rebid the completion of phase two, or is that on them to remobilize and complete the project?
We do not have to rebid it. It is on them. They are contractually obligated to complete it.
Thank you.
Mark, who's overseeing the tweaking now? Is it Adam? And just did the inspections and stuff on it now?
Connexon is the project manager. So they oversee the work that is done, but they have to do it to our satisfaction. And so we bring things to their attention, and they also are responsible for making sure that the contractor, whether it be ADB, BTS, or Primoris, does the work the way that it's supposed to, because the system will have to perform at some point. And if it does not, then there are penalties associated with it.
And who was overseeing that for us? You?
Adam is the primary contact with Connexon and all three of the contractors.
So Carl, just so you know, we do got fiber at the sub up there in Molden now. It's sitting right outside the fence. We're responsible to get it inside the sub. And we also got fiber at the Walden office. We just gotta pull it into the office. But there's on Highway 14 is the one more that they did not get done. And it's like Mark said, a combination of the road. You can't do any construction along the road if there's snow on the road. That was one of the reasons. And the other reason was their bore rig was freezing up. You remember last time I said there was 3 bores left? They got 2 of the 3 bores completed before they got shut down.
Carl, does that answer your questions?
Yes, somewhat, except that from Walden to the substation, there's at least 2 bores that need to be completed, and there's, been no activity there at all. But as long as we have it in the Walden office, I assume that's sufficient. But I thought the backbone was a lot for the substation also. So just wanted to make sure that we're not having to pay out more money to have them come back or.
Yep, they will be back. I've had conversations with them that they're gonna start getting ready to mobilize in March, and more than likely, weather dependent, they'll be back up here in April to finish up. And with the amount of work that's left, they won't need to be up here more than a few weeks to finish up in the spring. It's gonna give us a chance it's gonna give us a chance this winter to connect equipment and make connections and get stuff into the offices. And we got plenty to do this winter to catch up with them, getting equipment connected before it can all be utilized anyway.
Carl, we have some guests here who are going to speak, I believe, about the East Grand School District funding request.
But if there are any questions on the safety report.
Oh, yeah, we're into the safety report. Were there any questions on the safety report?
Move to approve it.
I'm wondering if the board members can also, we're not approving it anymore. Can the board members take the online apprentice training that was in his report? Or is Adam going to take it? Or who's taking that?
So the online training, it's a combination of TV skills that it focuses on the 3 different ways that people learn. So the apprentices actually get a hard copy of a book. They can watch videos and take tests online, and then it also comes with field checkoffs that the journeyman lineman would do for the apprentices in the field. But if any board member would like to try some of the tests or see some of the videos that the linemen are doing, I can get you access to that.
That's great. That's great. All right. Super.
So we can take up the first action item since our guests are here.
Right. Good time.
And I don't know that they have a presentation.
Oh, okay.
But they're here to answer any questions the board might have related to their request, which is in call to order. And I will let them introduce themselves. So that
okay.
I'm Lisa Maravito. I'm the transportation director at East Grand.
Yeah, I'm Brad Ray. I'm the superintendent.
Welcome. So I didn't see the actual request in call to order. I saw the description of the buses, but I didn't see ask.
Okay, we had one.
Okay.
To me, it looked like there was about $180,000 shortfall between the.
Where did you see that, Justin?
Is the request, Justin, in the last month's? Because I thought we had.
No, I think I just put together, like it had somewhere I saw a total value and then the amount that the state had, or that East Grand had been awarded for the 2 buses.
Okay, well, since we don't have the request in there at this point, keep going.
It's in Rod's, it might be in Rod's report.
You could give us an overview.
Sure, let me elaborate on what's going on. So last spring, we applied for the MPE grant for electric buses. We were prioritized as a district that's high to get these buses. So we went ahead and applied. The initial grant was for $375 per bus, $20,000 per charger. So when they came back with the people that were awarded, we were one of 4 districts in the state that were awarded these grants. So they gave us the full amount. They gave us the 2 buses and the 2 chargers for a total of $790,000. So basically what we're up against right now is, so we got the wheels rolling and decided to get some quotes. Well, the 375 bus is not near enough. The quotes came in at almost $465,000. So they're almost $100,000 more than we actually got. The other thing that is another sort of an issue, I guess, is the chargers, the 20,000 also is not near enough. Their manufacturer is recommending that we go with the level 3 vehicle to grid charger, which is going to be about $40,000 per charger. Now these are just for the cost of buses and the chargers. This isn't the installer and upgraded power that we're going to need. So we're just trying to leverage as many funds as we can, because I mean, with the districts coming into across the state are coming in some hard times next year too. So it's going to be a hard sell for our school board to go, yep, let's go in a bunch of money for this. So basically, we're trying to leverage a bunch of money from the state as well. They have $65 million available. We're trying really hard to get them to prioritize districts that got the grants to give them money for their infrastructure and whatever. So I guess essentially we're just here to ask for some help. We have deadlines to meet, which is another complicated issue. We have to have the buses ordered by like April 23rd, 28th. Looking at a level 2 charger, which would be substantially less, is not really an option because the EPA grant says we have to go with what the manufacturer recommends, and this is what the manufacturer recommends, is the type of level 3 basic grid. So we can't have any alternative fossil fuel heaters on it or anything. So that type 3 is going to be the best way for us to go based on our climate and the length of our bus routes, because we need to have a full charge on those buses every time they go out, especially in our colder days, because those batteries have to be kept at a certain temperature, which has to be electric, because we can't use any fossil fuel alternatives. So, the level 3 will give us full charge in about 2.5 hours. Level 2 is only about 12.5 hours to make full charge. That doesn't give us enough time in between rounds to get those buses charged up. So,
if you look in our request letter, we just gave you information we have.
Yeah.
And so when you get federal money, I just had the first webinar yesterday going to hear our rules of what it really needs. And the state doesn't have their rules yet for the 65 million. So to be proactive,
right.
We're one of 4 districts. I organized the other 3 superintendents to meet. They're all in the same situation we're in right now with what the grants were given and what the cost escalation really is. So we just wrote a letter trying to leverage the state before they make the rules to say, could you give us priority?
Right, I think.
And so there's definitely deficiencies in equipment in terms of what the costs are. And then found out yesterday that those funds, whatever federal funds, whatever state funds we get, the one thing we do know is that it will not allow us to pay for anything to upgrade anything outside the building. So we can only use those funds for buses, chargers, and an electrical panel inside. But as far as the infrastructure to get there, no utility distribution, no transformers, no meters. Like that's specific in that EPA rule yesterday. So it's kind of where we are in the process. And again, all of this has to be done by April 28th.
So what's in terms of the other number that you just mentioned, infrastructure, what's that sense?
And I think that the answer is they don't know.
Yeah.
Because we haven't given them any kind of an estimate as to whether or not we would have to upgrade the service to be able to accommodate the level 3 chargers.
Just thinking out loud here, there is a DOLA grant. It's, you guys were talking specifically vehicle to grid chargers, so that's bi-directional. There's a DOLA grant for microgrids and resiliency coming out. I think we have to have a letter of intent in by December 16th, but just a concept that if that vehicle to grid infrastructure was used so that it could power the school in the event of an emergency and we could create a little microgrid there, we could potentially get funding for that outside infrastructure that needs to be upgraded and switches and controls. I mean, I don't know if it'll work. Certainly from my perspective, we're receptive in making this work, but that's a funding opportunity that might there's so much funding and the rules are so, the rules haven't been written yet. Everybody's trying to get the money out. No one knows that it's worth writing a letter and seeing what we get.
Yeah,
In
it
my
seems like
opinion.
all these things, they put the cart in front of the horse.
Yeah.
And then they're like, wait, now we have to actually make rules and how these people can get the money.
The
Right.
last challenge is we have to have the buses on site and the chargers installed by October of 24.
Okay,
And the
yeah,
availability
fast.
of those vehicles right now in demand, because across the entire country with all these grants that came out. So it's one of those things we have to hurry up.
Right, sizing those transformers and
And
getting.
I
them
can
will
tell
be-
you, the Bluebird is telling me right now that it's gonna be a year from order to get your bus. I can tell you, I think that's gonna be optimistic. We just ordered a diesel bus for our next activities bus. We ordered that. Were you?
I was at the meeting, I wasn't started.
So that was probably back in about May, June. So they are telling us it was going to happen by the first of the year, and it's looking like we're not going to have it till summer.
And prior to all of the stuff that's going on now, when we worked with West Grand and they ordered the bus, they got a date and that date moved at least twice.
I think there will be leniency on that end based on my meeting with the EPA, federal EPA yesterday, that we might be able to get an extension based upon, but that's about all we're going to get an extension for. We do have a tax credit that came out that if we order them after January 1st, that's specifically for buses. And we might be able to get an extra $40,000 per bus if we were awarded it. So I think from the state money, from the other money that's out there, I think we have a chance to make up some of the costs. Buses will be easy. I shouldn't say easy, that was a bad word. But I think there's going to be a little more freedom in rulemaking to do that.
The charger themselves are their vehicle to grid. Is the bus compatible with that charger, or is that another upgrade on the bus side to make it?
The bus
professional.
I'm just from the, that's was the EPA conversation yesterday, is whatever charger that the manufacturer recommends is the charger we have to put in. Where it's going to give us the recommendation. So
Does that mean that actually you'll have bidirectional power there, though?
I'm assuming.
Okay.
The buses that La Plata, or bus that La Plata has, it is bidirectional, and I believe it is Bluebird.
Yeah, Bluebird's telling me they're recommending UV. They initially recommended to do a charger, but so now they're recommending 2 separate chargers at 40 grand a piece. And I'm not an electrician, my husband can explain this better than I. I think they're 60 kilowatts per charger. Because the dual, I think, is 125. So it's a lot of power.
I think you see in the letter, honestly, we want to build something that if we want to expand to all electric buses someday, that we don't have to keep going back and upgrading, just try to get some infrastructure in from the get-go.
That's smart way to do it.
And Bluebird's been doing this, for quite a while now. They've got quite a few buses on there. And they're basically telling me that our success with this program is going to be based solely on our success. They said they've seen it again and again and again. Districts try to do level 1 or level 2, and it just doesn't work, and then they got to start over. So it just seems like to me it's best just to do it right from the get-go.
Yeah.
And have to redo it.
And are you guys thinking, I mean, as you think about long-term plans to, maybe eventually all the buses will be electric, will they, as we think about where the infrastructure goes, do you think that where those will be housed will change over time, or is that bus location pretty set as the school develops? I mean, because that's where I can see that we would want to have room if we need to put in additional transformers 5 years, 10 years down the road. We need to plan for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, one of the things, the district's talking about doing a strategic planning around educational outcomes, what that look like in the next 5 years. And I think we should really do a facility master plan at the same time. In districts I've worked in the past, as districts grow between communities and populations change, your plans change. So as we, potentially another transportation site someday, I think it could be 5 years from now, 20, I don't know.
Yeah.
But just based upon how many kids keep showing up.
Yeah.
Anticipate having any buses down in the Fraser Mann Park area? Like, there's a bus barn that's living in there, and planning for EV charging facility.
you see plugging in there between, you know, school routes?
You know, maybe we do have the capability to house 2 buses in Fraser.
Okay.
So if we went that route, it would just be pretty much as simple as installing the infrastructure and chargers to do that.
Well, I know they're planning on that for the bus line they're building out there, so that might be like.
For the
Oh, you mean,
lift.
oh, that's for first transit,
Yeah,
yeah,
for
first transit, yeah.
Be a good partnership.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has to work with your routes. Mark?
When West Grand bought their bus, you guys had a chance in. What did just your mindset? I was just curious where you guys now, it's 2 years later. I just say, okay, yeah, I think we'll buy it. I'm just curious with other entities getting in. What was the school board or your transportation department, Lisa?
You know,
They're adapting now.
You know, I think it's just the direction the federal is going. I mean, they're pushing these things and they're gonna have all this money, so of course everybody's kicking back going, "Well, we can get these things, why not?" I mean, I don't think there's a school board in this country that would vote. I mean, because this is essentially gonna be, I mean, we're thinking it's over 1.1 million to bring in 2 buses with infrastructure and chargers. I mean, that's almost a $600,000 asset per bus. I mean, there's not a school district in the country that has that kind of. So the fact that they're giving us money, we're like, I mean, to do this, why not? I mean, you know, and I do know West Grand really does like their bus. They say it's cheap to run and they run it up 4 pass and.
Yeah, I'm on that bus route, so, and I know the guys that drive.
I wasn't here at the time, but talking to the other 3 superintendents, it is definitely a movement. And you look at the escalation of fuel prices and the way things work, and it just seems to kind of make sense. And I think if you've read, it's going to be a learning experience for all of us as we go through it. But I do think it's kind of a new wave of where transportation's headed, and it's probably going to get on board sooner or later. The fact that the EPA had grants made really good sense as far as it's a good time to do it. So I'm regretting to get a little bit.
Yeah. And CDE's pushing it, Colorado Department of Education. I mean, they're kind of our governing body for all of our transportation and for anything that has to do with education. But I mean, even the head guy there, he's like, it's the direction they're going. You know, like it or not, you're gonna have to do it at some point. So, you know, I guess we're just trying to keep up with the times and get on board.
I think there were, if I'm mistaken, well over 5 school districts. There's 178 in the state who applied, and there were only 4 awarded in our state. So,
really?
yeah.
That's wow. I figured that was your answer. I was just curious though. We've been trying to in on this since the get-go.
I mean, I think some of us have been skeptical, and we have, if you know the West Grand gang, I mean, we have Austin Gregory working for us now, and his dad was James Gregory, who was the transportation director of West Grand. So Austin was there working for West Grand when they brought the bus in, so he's got a lot to offer us now that he works for the district. It's been kind of refreshing to see his input, because he does like the bus. A lot of people are saying.
And honestly, there's always a little bit of fear with something new, because you've organized a system forever around, we have diesel buses, we have ways to do business, we have people who can fix them. With these, we don't know how to fix them, so we're gonna have to learn. Like, so there's definitely a little bit of, people are scared of new things every now and then.
Remember, we were scared of leaded gas.
Unleaded gas.
Well, it was leaded first.
Yeah, and then unleaded.
Then unleaded.
Yeah.
But you're not sure, what are you asking us for? If you got a monetary amount in mind?
I guess we're just asking for whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
whatever you're
willing to donate, definitely go to this project. It's just, there's so many moving pieces of work. Like, if you want to target it specifically for transportation, that might hinder us in leveraging other dollars.
Okay.
So that's kind of the way the letter was written. It wasn't written to be vague. It was written to respect whatever you can do to help out, and just be guaranteed it will go to this project.
And if we don't help, if you've got other players?
Yes, I will say this helps me leverage the state in terms of their 65 million, I believe, it become a priority. They were not just relying, we're also looking at community partners forward, which always tends to help grant applications a little bit.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think we'll spend some more time talking about this and exploring other, whether that DOLA thing could help out and what the board feels comfortable with. And maybe as you get the rules in for that, for whatever you're asking the state for, you could update, if there's a specific match level that you feel would bump you over, or you feel like if we had this match, we probably are going to get this much from the state. I don't know if you're there yet or the rules are there yet, but we'll.
The rules are supposed to be done, they said, hopefully by the first, or starting the first of the year. So
Okay.
you should know that.
But you want to order the buses before then? Is that what I'm
We actually
hearing?
want to order them after December 31st. because
Okay,
they
the tax.
qualify for the
Okay,
credit.
okay,
Yeah, so that gives us what,
30 days.
It gives us
Two.
a little bit of time.
April
Yeah.
28th.
Okay.
That's why I say it's going to move really fast. By people hurry up and create rules and then we can follow.
Okay.
Liz, I think just Liz hit on it. What's your perfect ask?
Shortfall? I mean.
Perfect ask? I'm embarrassed to say that.
Okay, what's your upper number?
Right now,
For us to
considering
bracket.
what we got from the EPA grant, we're
Yeah.
close to $350 short.
For the equipment.
For the,
Yeah.
Equipment and not, you might not even have the infrastructure up there to support it.
Yeah, we're a little blessed right now to be in the middle of a construction project. So I have people at my fingertips to ask questions to in terms of like, do we have permitted? What do we have to do in order to get through those things? So
Well, that helps me because that's some number between 0 and 350,000. So that helps.
Any other?
I don't even know if we're gonna get answers from the state.
well, they will start the grant process. So
Process.
yeah. See how we get reviewed on what we submit based on what rules they give us. I know that sounds bad, but that is the world we're living in, so.
Well, I'm pretty excited to hear that with West Grand's experience, that they like the bus enough and it's working out well enough that other people want to try it. Get it.
I mean, I drove it, it's nice.
Accelerates.
Stay back there. To be clear, it's 2 buses? 2 buses, yeah. Okay.
For a combined just over 300 kilowatt hours of battery capacity.
I think the spec sheet's in one. It can go about, in a perfect world, it can go about 100 miles.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, they will be route buses. We're really trying to just make them daily drivers.
And that's-
Take some of our older fleet off the road and that capacity.
So is it morning, then a little charge, then afternoon?
And if we have the level 3 chargers, we'll have full charge. Yeah, they just don't really have the capacity to go out county. Not yet. I mean, maybe as technology comes around and they can go farther and other places end up having chargers. I mean, the thing is you can't just pull up to a Tesla charger and charge it. The buses are a different system.
Yeah, we'll have to learn. Like, I'm sure, the hours that they have, the miles they're able to go in Kansas is a little bit different.
I mean, Bluebird's telling me probably 75 miles is about giving me our max in cold weather.
Right.
And most of our routes are 60 plus. We have a couple of in-town routes that are short, but kind of don't see those things being utilized to the best of 20 miles a day. I'd rather see them go. But yeah, I mean, we have some routes that are 150 miles a day, so we'll have to take something to accommodate the needs.
Get 125 miles, you buy kids more hats and mittens, going, sorry, kid, you can't have the heater on today.
Instead of, yeah.
I'm sure my phone wouldn't ring if that happened.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks
Yeah,
very
thanks very much for coming
And
in.
Chris knows how to get a hold of me if
Okay.
you guys think of any questions or concerns or anything. I mean, I'm happy
Okay.
to pass on what I know.
Y'all ever want any information on school wise, just let me know. I'll gladly come give you what's going on if you ever would like that.
And I'll keep Chris updated as things roll along. I'll share that with you guys. We learn more about the state money and stuff. I'm happy to share that with Chris so he can pass it on to you guys. It's kind of been my go-to guy for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you, Lisa.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
It's nice to meet y'all.
So if you want to take a short break.
Yeah, let's take a short break.
To see, my recollection of the letter is that it doesn't have a specific ask. That's why we asked them for more information. That's why we got
that. Oh, I'm forgetful. Yeah.
It's now my son's.
Oh, okay. Well, I was like,
So if you refresh
no,
it there.
I was thinking to myself, was it in last meeting?
No, I went back and looked at that, and then I was looking through my emails trying to
And I
find it.
apologize, because I meant to actually flag that, like, what is because I went through the bus specs.
Adam, do we have the infrastructure up there to do that?
I'm guessing they're gonna need something specifically for that.
We're gonna need a
Transformer wise.
20,000 for each charging station.
Yeah, but that's just the level two.
Yeah.
I'm thinking they'll need a specific transformer, they'll need these two chargers.
Yeah.
That's gonna be expensive.
Does anyone recall how much we gave West Grand?
35.
135?
You know, those level 2 chargers at Grand?
At West Grand, it is a level 2 charger, yes.
These are gonna be level 3.
And that was for one bus?
One bus.
So I.
And the way that ended up working is Tri-State gave some money towards it. We gave money and the state grant, and so the bus itself cost nothing.
Is Tri-State still doing bus grant?
That's a good question.
And when West Grand got theirs, was all this funding at a lower level than it is now? Or just different money?
The buses were slightly less at that time. And because of what the state grant would do was, I believe it was I'm looking for Robin, he's not there, about 100 and
Straight there.
when we did West Grand, the state grant was 110% of the cost of a diesel bus, right?
Cost differential.
Cost differential, okay. And then with the money that Tri-State gave, which was $50,000, and then our money, they were able to get the bus at no cost.
How much was our?
135.
We put in 135.
Yeah.
Was that all cash or in-kind infrastructure?
That was funds from the education.
So I would just suggest maybe we take a look at, a similar amount, and then whether or not it can be leveraged with DOLA for another, if they could come up with that 200, whatever it's going to cost. It might cost, $500,000 by the time we get all, or more, by the time we get all the infrastructure and pads in. But that might be a good, if we can commit some money to the project, like we did West Grand, and then leverage that with DOLA.
How much do we have in the education fund right now?
It is in the financial documents, so we will look during the break and let you know. To your question, Mark, the reason that, because they both had grant applications during when we did the West Grand bus. The administration and the transportation director at that time, the administration was supportive, the transportation director not so much.
That's how I recall it.
And so I believe that the way that they wrote the grant with our assistance, but then some of the things that were put in there that caused them not to get the grant the last time.
I just want the board to understand, because this isn't the last we've heard of this electric vehicle. This is gonna be an ongoing thing. And just trying to understand their mindset, school districts or transportation towns.
And the director now is a different person, and she's very supportive.
Yep.
And I think the school board was very supportive because Chris and I, Robert, you were there too, I believe. We went to the school board and answered all their questions. And the transportation director at the time, he did a presentation, and I'll just say he was not as positive as we thought he could have been. And but they still authorized moving forward with the grant. But our belief is there were some things that were put into the grant that caused the state to question giving money.
And now the state is getting the EPA. I don't know how whether they actually apply to the EPA or through the state to the EPA. Those funds are coming out of, I think, the bipartisan infrastructure.
So there's a whole different.
So it's a whole,
view,
pot- yeah, it's a huge pot of federal funding. And NRECA has compiled all the different funding opportunities. They say the amount of funding for co-ops is over $110 billion. It's unprecedented since the formation of co-ops. It's been since, for the last 2 years or 3 years, there have been all these funding packages passed, and a lot of them benefit co-ops. And that's before the infrastructure or the Inflation Reduction Act. That doesn't even include that money. So there's a lot of money out there coming in.
Good red hot timing
And it's,
for them, really.
and it's coming through states too. The states are having to administer it. So you're seeing it. CREA sent that thing out about broadband. They're getting a big pot of money. The state is for broadband,
Are we planning on
I don't know.
putting any concept papers together for the,
Could we?
could we? Was there any thoughts on that? They're due the 16th.
And that one, I think we've talked about submitting a letter of interest, which I think on the 16th is what, yes.
I'm just wondering if we could.
You could either go through, well, the way CRA said, you can go through NRECA or the Energy Office.
Yeah.
They have, sounds like the Energy Office is putting a package together, for the, I don't know what co-ops or what, but if you could, get our name in that, if we can piggyback on those concept letters.
Yeah. And we have participated in some of the webinars that they have had.
Have we figured out what's great? It's great because we've got to put vested interest in this. Money's going to come back to us from, like on West Grand. Have we calculated kind of what comes back on their chart? Is there a way, how much of that is coming back over the next 5 years or 10 years, life of that bus, 20 years, coming back to us in electric rates? It's money coming back to.
I think that Chris did. I think Chris did it, and I think those numbers have been run because they want to know fuel savings or whatnot. But we have to think about this money, that money came out of the educational fund, the community fund, whatever we want to call it. The benefits coming back to Mountain Parks as through electric
revenue.
And so we're not taking it out of money that is revenue from or margins from our consumers. We're taking it out of that fund.
Students that amount coming back into our company revenue.
To Kristen's question, the balance in the education fund as of October 31st was $1,824,770.
Oh.
Now, $700,000 of that is in a CFC CD that doesn't mature until 2043.
So we still have 1.1 million accessible.
$1,124,770.15.
1.1.
And
15 cents is important.
And then we also have to plan for what the other expenses are out of that fund, and we have to think about what's going to go into that fund. But
And what we
still have
anticipate will go into it next year is somewhere, this shows net income of $343,842. The bulk of that is transfers in from the unclaimed capital credits. And we expect that next year it's going to be a similar amount. It may be a little bit more. But that's what will come in next year.
So it kind of typically grows 300,000 to 400,000 a year.
It usually was about 300 and a little bit less, but as we have moved throughout when our margins were larger and our capital credits were there, we have seen some additional capital credits that are unclaimed that come back. But it takes 3 years for that to happen.
I'd really like to see what the infrastructure cost is going to be on those. I know we don't know that, but that's a big piece of this as far as what we can do. Because we have some, I say in kind ability, but somebody's going to have to buy the transformers. So.
Who's putting the charging systems in? Local contractors, Jeff?
Yeah.
So we've got an input to local economy as they as we're installing those, we're putting our local economies now.
Yeah.
Some outside contractor, has it been doing
Well, in
local?
West Grand, I think Guy put it in, didn't he? Did Guy put it in?
I believe he was involved. I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah,
if
he may
was
have
the only
helped.
one.
He may have helped.
I believe somebody else installed it and Guy assisted with its operations.
Okay. And I mean, yeah, I don't know how this one will go in, but there's a lot of people doing electrical work to get vehicle charging up and going.
We could take a swing at, since we don't know specifically everything, we could take a swing at what we believe it would take to upgrade the service to be able to accommodate the chargers. And send that out to the board. We won't have it today.
I'm not,
But
it's just in my mind, that's a big.
before the next meeting, we could have, a rough estimate.
It'd be, if for that concept paper, if we could have that, a very rough estimate for that concept paper and a idea of what switching and controls would need so that they could island that facility. Or island something, I don't know how there's, what's connected up there, but at least they could island that facility
Yeah.
and run it. That would meet the resiliency goals.
Probably a good contact at CRA. I mean, you could talk to Kent, but or Craig Johnson.
It's be a really good project, and given that there's only 4 awards, uniquely situated to propose it.
And I think of the 4 awards, there's actually 6 buses because East Grand got 2 and one of the other school districts got 2 and the other 2 each got 1.
Who else picked those up,
Yeah, it was the information.
Chris sent it out.
It doesn't,
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember the other school districts.
All right. Let's take a little break. Come back in at 10 o'clock.
That's really little.
That's really little. Okay, we'll come back at
10:05.
10:05.
How can you use?
Is that board time or mark time?
We're, we're back and we're on, the policy C5, the rebate program. Just has, I think, a couple changes.
There were edits by Chris and then Levi had a couple of edits as well.
And have people reviewed those? And is there any discussion on this policy?
Hold on, get in there. C5.
Yeah, C5. It makes the installations permanent installations. And it adds heat pumps, and it suggests that members must provide their receipts within 90 days. That wasn't in there before.
It doesn't call out in the, and I don't know if this matters, but, or maybe it's somewhere else, but like in the lighting, isn't there, each lamp has to be a certain number of lumens for you to get the rebate?
Yeah, but maybe not.
Is that not, if this, does this have?
New change, a tri-state stipulates those, and sometimes there are changes to
Oh, okay.
and so their rebates will be renewed year to year. And sometimes we see those changes there.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if that was somewhere else.
Yeah, well, this is just, I think, general policy and then the specifics. So I'm guessing that heat pumps also have some criteria that
They do.
they have to meet. So you guys would manage that criteria and share with the.
Typically, tri-state, there's a portion of the rebates come from tri-state. On the heat pump, we do add a little bit extra. But we follow whatever the stipulations tri-state has, so we can get those rebate dollars to our members. And our rebates aren't more stringent than theirs at this point anyway. The criteria.
Any other questions on this? Discussion?
Second.
Motion to approve policy C5 with a second from Kristen, second from Cray. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, C6, customer service policy. Does anyone have any comments or changes, discussions, items?
The one thing that we did, just so the board, you can see it there, that based on the discussion that we had with the board in the budget and the work that we're going to do in the Walden office and the fact that the community room there is really not sufficient size to be useful, we took out the community room address in Walden because when we rebuild the server room and the skater room, we're going to take up a part of that community room, so it would end up being smaller than it already is. And when we remodel the office, the lobby currently is very small, can't really have more than a couple people, and we will expand the lobby, so that will basically eliminate the community room.
Mark, does that community room get any use where they all go over the fairgrounds, they have that community room?
For the most part, it gets used by us. And so we've had some employees have birthday parties there. We, not this year, but last year we did one of our board meetings there, but it really was cramped and didn't work well.
That's the community room where we had the board meeting?
Yeah.
Kind of like a garage, isn't it?
Oh, are you thinking? No.
Oh, you're thinking Kremlin.
No, you're thinking, it's a small, it's.
Oh, you took the Walden one.
Walden, yeah.
Yeah,
I was thinking Kremlin.
No, Kremlin.
I'm sorry.
We don't have a community room in Kremlin because it's behind the gate and it's not a public facility. But in Walden, we did. But when we were looking this year for a possible location to have the board meeting in Walden, we knew that it didn't work well in the community room. So that's why we contacted the schools and other places if we could find a facility that had the equipment that we needed and also adequate size. And we found some places, but we couldn't use them because it conflicted with the use of the school or other things.
Okay, I have one corrections, which I would make to this policy. It says the premises must be left in of the same condition. I think there's an extra of in there. And it should say the premises must be left in the same condition. So that's the only change I see to this.
In of the same.
And that's down on the second page under 13. It's already highlighted in red, so you can find it there. Yeah. So.
I move to approve with those changes.
Oh, okay. Is there a second? Justin seconds. Jeff's moved to approve policy C6, which is the use of the community rooms. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Let's see. Oh, this is the member customer. Anyway. Operations, so we could go, we can go to the operations report, and then we'll do the reports, and then let's circle back to, after we get the reports done, I guess we'll circle back to the Highlands project under emergency business. So engineering, operations / engineering.
All right. So you all have my report in front of you, and just to kind of give a couple highlights before I ask if there's any questions. We did a new format this month, just trying to make it a little bit easier to read. It seemed like the slideshow was getting kind of jumbled and hard to read, so definitely open to feedback if you guys don't like it that way. Yesterday we added some before and after photos of some tree clearing mowing that we had done on our double circuit line in Fraser. And Nate Town went out there with our non-parks drone and got some pretty neat before and after pictures. So kind of utilizing a couple things there. Some really neat mowing equipment that we had a company do that got a ton of right-of-way cleared, and then utilizing our new drone. So that's kind of neat. You'll see in the report that November was a very busy month for work orders again. There's not a whole lot of difference between October and November, so that's kind of odd, I would say. Normally you start seeing it trending down in November. So really good job by everyone. You know, we were fighting snow and cold weather. They knocked out a lot of work again. And it does seem like now, just starting into November, December, that it's starting to slow down, thankfully, because of the snow, I'm guessing, but it's certainly slowing down. Kind of an update on Highway 125. Altitude was actually supposed to finish all the construction this week up there due to the snow that didn't happen. So they have a helicopter scheduled to come in the end of this month, the 21st, to finish wrecking out the poles. I would caution that it's kind of all weather dependent at this point to finish that project up. I'm hopeful that all construction in that job will be wrapping up before the first of the year. Sessions will have to come back in the spring to seed along the road, final cleanup. But that job's really moved along good, and it's going to get wrapped up. We're hopeful real soon. I think last meeting I said we were going to put Trail Creek out to bid. We have done that. We have received 6 qualified, we hope they're qualifying bids. We're moving through the process to make sure that the contractors really can do the work. And then hopefully by next board meeting we can talk more about that. But it's nice that we have more than 3 people that bid on that project. That really helps us out with FEMA. So that's looking good. We've already talked about fiber a little bit. I am going to rehash it just a little bit. We were really hopeful that we were going to totally wrap it up this year. The weather has not really helped us. We have pushed really hard on these contractors to finish up the fiber this year. Phase 1 will be wrapping up in the the next week or two, as Mark said, there will be a punch list of corrections. And what that punch list means is some corrections, whether they need to raise or lower some stuff on our poles, some cleanup that we're just not happy with the way things look. And there will be a punch list in phase 1 and phase 2. I'm a little happier with the way phase 2 went. We're, like I said, we're basically just lacking more on Highway 14. There is some things on the overhead that need cleaned up on phase 2 also. But kind of in coordination with when we're going to get this equipment wired in and hooked up in the buildings, I don't think it's really going to slow us down on our end, not being able to light the fiber all the way to the Walden office or the North Park sub. It's going to take us a bit to get all this stuff connected. So I think I've had talks with Prime Morris, who is the phase 2 contractor, and they're motivated to get it done just like we are. They did try to get it done. They're going to be back as soon as the weather allows them next spring to finish up. So I think I'm good with that. We don't want people out there working on slick roads or creating an unsafe situation, but in the same hand, we want to get it done. And they want to get it done so they can wrap up the project and be done. So that's kind of where we're at with the fiber. I'm going to pause for a second and see if we got any questions so far.
Yeah, how's our inspection time? Your inspection time on following up on the fiber, about what you expected, or after with phase 1 especially, or if you got to keep, is it costing us a lot to just go and check? Are they doing the?
So that's what we're paying Connexon for. They have a full-time person that is going around inspecting this stuff on a weekly basis. And between him looking at it and myself and Pat Craig staying there driving around, we're keeping an eye on it. And that's how we're finding these corrections. We've also had some what they would call fiber make-readies that were missed in the beginning on the engineering part. That's actually where these extra bores came from up on Highway 14. They were originally they thought they were simple and you could raise an arm or whatnot. Well, they turned out to be major pull change out on a feeder line. So they turned into bores, and then it was found so late that we ran into weather at the end of the year. So it's been a difficult process, to be honest. And if you ever get something like that again, I think we've learned a lot. Would do things differently next time, but we are as close as we've ever been to being able to utilize it. And the fact that it is here inside the building, it's sitting on a pole just outside the Walden office. We're going to be able to start getting stuff connected, and I think we're going to even be able to start actually communicating with it probably sometime at the beginning of next year. Some of our devices and subs on the phase 1 part. So we are making progress, and we're headed in the right direction. It's not done as quick as I think any of us would have liked to see, but it is getting done.
Adam, did you get any local interest in the Trail Creek bidding? Contractors wise?
Yes and no. We have 2 contractors that have partnered with other contractors to get that.
Okay.
The other 4 contractors are all not local. All right.
Adam, I noticed 72,000 hours since last accident. So thanks to the gang for that. I don't know. I don't have a feel for that number, but it's a big number.
We used to have a much larger number.
So
And then we had an accident.
We had an accident last winter. A guy, one of our men got hurt on his snowmobile. So that's almost a year. We're getting close to being a year without a lost time accident.
Yeah.
It is a good job just because of all the construction we've done all year and all the work that Mountain Parks has done this year. The fact that nobody's gotten hurt. We really haven't had any major equipment damage or anything like that. That's a tribute to everyone that works here. That we've had a good year. We've gotten a lot accomplished this year, and there's a ton of new meters that got installed, and we got a good group here right now for sure. Kind of a staffing update for engineering and operations. We have a new lineman starting on the 12th of December, Taylor Johnson. He's a journeyman lineman, so he'll be replacing Randy Mayu that went over the staking. So that's good news. We're actually going to be fully staffed on the line crew once he starts. We still have 3 open positions. One position is the fleet mechanic now that we're currently interviewing some people for, GIS tech, and staff engineer for engineering. That's what we got left. It's open. Let's see what else I have. GIS technician.
The first 2 we should be able to fill
Yes.
soon. The third one is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, we're struggling. We're looking at different avenues for that staff engineer, possibly posting in some different areas. It's kind of a, it's one thing to just look for an engineer, but we're kind of looking for a specific engineer with experience. That's kind of what we need. So we're kind of looking for this little part, and it's hard to find and come by. So we'll keep working on it. I think it could be a little bit of a long process going. Had a ton of people interested in the GIS technician position lately.
Local?
What's that?
Remote?
It's some local.
Some want to be here and some want to do it remote. We're getting a little bit of both.
Trouble with local.
So I think that's kind of it for the other highlights that I had. Does anybody have any other questions? Oh, looks like Justin's got a question.
Justin.
Not a question, but a comment. Enjoyed reading your article in the CCL.
I can't take complete credit. I'm an ex-lineman, so I butchered it up pretty good, and then Rob helped smooth it over pretty good. But between us, I think
Good staff effort then, with your name on it.
it was a group effort. Yep.
And it was an effort for us to help our members understand that, while there may be outages, there's the possibility that there could be many more outages, but that our guys work hot a lot of time. Yeah, we had the one incident, was it last week, where we had a few folks that were unhappy. But that particular thing, the reason we did almost all of it hot, there was one part we couldn't do. And then once we took it down, we had an equipment problem. And it was fixing the equipment that really caused the length of the outage. So, the guys do a great job.
The lights are due for another.
Yeah.
Thank you. I can read it better, so
Yeah.
if I can read it better, I'm assuming you guys need to.
Yeah. And nice pictures of that line. That's pretty cool. I hadn't refreshed my packet apparently, and
We tried to get them
it's
in
good.
the last board meeting, but you gotta have decent weather.
Yeah.
For that drone. So
Right.
they finally had a good day and got it out there. We'd like to use it more, for line control and the image assessment in the futures.
Yeah.
Is that going well, though, the drone?
Yeah.
Other than the cool factor?
Yeah, it's pretty neat, the capabilities and, thinking of if you had a major storm or fire, again, you could possibly use that drone to fly out a big section of line quickly and get some information very quickly.
Is that infrared on it?
It does.
Yeah.
And does it have a GIS so you could, when you take a picture of a pole, you know which assembly it is on the map?
I don't believe that.
Okay. He'll get that. That's next week. He'll probably get it.
It's next week.
Next week, you'll have that all figured out. No pressure.
That's the $9.95 upgrade.
Okay. No, I commend you guys for using, adapting to new ways of doing things and getting different looks. At the system.
There's a lot going on, in the utility industry, whether it be satellite imaging, GPSs, and other stuff that there's a lot coming that we're trying to see what we can utilize, and I've been on several webinars and stuff like that lately on the new software out there for like early fire detection, cameras on remote towers. We got a lot of stuff like that we're working on. It's, you know, how do we implement it? How do we pay for it? There's a lot of government programs out there that might be able to help us with that. So I think we got a lot of neat things like that to come, but nothing real concrete that I would say this is what we're going to do.
In the meantime, you have to do what you normally do.
Yes.
Keep the lights on. So
And we got
appreciate
a
it.
great bunch of people here that are doing that right now.
Nate's the main guy with the drone.
Nate has a drone license right now. He can actually be there with somebody that doesn't have a drone license.
Right.
So we'll probably, I think Mitch Ocker was interested in learning how to do it. And I think, is Chris looking at possibly?
No, it's Ray. He's gonna get his license for marketing videos.
Yeah,
So.
I couldn't remember which one. So we're looking at utilizing it with more.
Are other co-ops going more and more, rather than subbing it out to a contract? I know from the first meetings I went to, they had contracts, and they were pretty expensive to have a contract flying
They're
for you.
very expensive.
Yeah, we're starting to see some, I mean, but most of the ones that are using drones are having somebody else do it.
So we're kind of on the cutting edge.
I think United reported at CRA, they got one too, they were using.
They've got multiple.
More and more
up in the-
co-ops are getting at least one person. It's almost to get drone qualified, you have to basically take almost the same test to fly a plane. It's real simple.
Pilot's license.
Pretty much, yes. And so it's not easy. And we actually studied for a long time to pass that test. But more and more co-ops, and as we do meetings with other co-ops, I'd say over half of them now probably are working towards getting a drone, or they already have a drone.
Jeff, is CREA getting involved with that at all? Going, realize this has happened and say, hey, here's something upcoming, how CREA could be.
I don't know if they,
I mean, open with that, or they just,
sure.
you're on your own.
No, I'm sure if there was a need for it, or they probably have done some of it, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they can actually do the training, but.
No, they can't.
They can facilitate. Yeah, they can facilitate.
Yeah, I think they've done some, they put on some training for people or seminars, conferences, whatever, and talked about the use of drones, but they don't have the capability to train.
Yeah.
And I don't think they probably ever will.
Yeah. Well, and when you think as far as the test goes, there's some really good pre-tests and trainings to actually pass that test online. But there is some trainings you can go to around the state to get trained on how to operate these drones. So there's some good avenues out there.
Anything else for Adam? Carl, do you have anything?
Yes, I do. I'm interested, a little bit of information on the fleet update. Ford recall issues 9 vehicles. Why are we with Ford, or is this just a rare occurrence?
So the reason we have Fords and Rams right now, we have completed all 9 of those recalls on our vehicles. Unfortunately, we're dealing with that. We got an all-tech bucket truck right now that we're dealing with some recalls and some things on it too. And I think it's just kind of a way of new vehicles and stuff that are out there. They got recalls coming out all the time on this stuff because maybe one thing happened and they do a recall on the whole fleet. But I will say we haven't had a big recall like that on any of our Ram trucks yet, but I wouldn't doubt it may happen in the near future.
Yeah, and we had traditionally bought solely Ford trucks, and there was an issue with one of the Ford trucks that we bought, and we ended up replacing it with it. It went back to Ford under the lemon law, and then we replaced it with 2 Dodge trucks. And so we are expanding our fleet a little bit into other manufacturers. And I think that part of what you're seeing is that during the COVID periods where there was a lack of manufacturing capacity, that some of the work quality suffered. And so, as Adam said, it's not just the Ford trucks, but it's pretty much every auto manufacturer is having recalls on cars and trucks. And I think it is it's just the way that it was. Now, will it get better now that stuff is, there's more manufacturing capacity? Probably not for a while, because they're working, extended hours to try and get more production to make up. And when you have that, you tend to make mistakes, and there are problems with the parts in the cars.
It's not just cars,
It's everything.
It's everything.
We had another issue with snowmobiles, that how they were getting the fuel out of the snowmobiles. Some snowmobiles somewhere, it actually caught the snowmobile on fire. They burst on the flames. So basically half of our snowmobiles, we had the red tag, and we just recently got this recall taken care of. But that happened right before winter, and goodness, all of our snowmobiles are red tag. How are we going to respond to outages on rabbit ears and such things? But like Mark said, it's not just vehicles. It's we're seeing it with almost anything we're dealing with right now. That the quality for this equipment is just not what we're used to seeing, and it is difficult.
Electrical equipment too. It's like panels and stuff that they don't even close. It's like, come on.
Yep.
Metal boxes.
Transformers still come and the doors don't hardly shut.
Yeah.
It's hard to get good quality products right.
My second question is, okay, I'm sorry.
Now, Crystal had one comment on the safety.
Yeah, I was just curious if our vehicle fleet is parked in a secure location. Because I know that catalytic converter traffic is way up, and I doubt we're going to have as much viewers in urban areas. But
Or pretty much everything inside.
Yeah. So we do allow our on-call linemen to take their trucks home. But other than that, when they're not on call, all of our trucks are parked in the shop.
Go ahead, Carl.
My second question is on the Altech bucket. We bought this bucket truck from Altech under a different chassis than Altech probably manufactures, but is there any responsibility for Altech? Because we bought this bucket truck to put into service, and now it's out of service, I assume. Are there any payments from Altech that they're not fixing this right away, or we just have to eat that?
We are not receiving any payments from Altech. I think if the equipment world was a different way, I'd probably give them the truck back, Carl, at this point. But being that a new bucket truck is 2 to 3 years out, to get another one, they kind of got a stranglehold on it, to be honest. They've been working with us to get it fixed. I think before COVID, I think it'd be totally unacceptable, and I'm not making excuses for it. Maybe Mark knows, I don't believe there's any repercussion to Altech for payment to us.
That's
there's
right.
There's no performance then from Altech for the bucket truck.
No,
since we rely on it.
Yeah, it's similar to any other car or truck that you would buy. They have a warranty, so they have to fix it. And if they have, under the lemon laws, if you have the same issue a certain number of times, then they have to buy it back from you. The problem is that even my vehicle in Alaska, I had an issue where the door wouldn't close. And I called the dealer and I said, I want to bring it in to fix it. And they said, February the 2nd. And I said, so what am I supposed to do? Drive around without the door closing, and he said, no, I wouldn't do that. That's dangerous. Luckily, I was able to find somebody else that would fix it. But, and it's a new car. It's got 4,000 miles on it. But they have to fix it and pay for the repair, but there is no performance requirement that they fix it within a certain amount of time.
So how does Mountain Parks handle this with a bucket truck out of service? Do we pull one from one of the satellite offices, or how do we accomplish our mission without a valuable piece of equipment like a bucket truck?
We leverage the ones that we have left that do work, and if we would need to, we can rent or lease one for some period of time.
So due to our good maintenance and our mechanics doing a good job and, taking care of what we got, the truck that it is replacing, we're keeping it in service longer. So that's how we're able to keep working. We're still using the truck that's got a lot of miles and hours on it. And I would attribute that to Guy that, he's keeping that truck going good, but that's why it's not really hurting us, but we're sure not happy about it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Adam? Thank you, Adam. Okay, Mark, the finance report.
You have the finance reports there, just a couple of comments. As we've seen the last several months, our revenue for October is above budget. Our expenses are also above budget, but a smaller percentage above budget than they have been the last couple of months. And it's almost all related to additional purchase power. And our margin is above budget. Again, if you compare it to 2021, though, it's slightly less. I mean, it's within about $70,000, I believe. Our cash balance is still healthy at 11.4 million, and that will get better in the November timeframe because that's when we started seeing the money from FEMA. And then the last item, the capital credit process was run on December the 1st. We are paying out approximately $2.2 million, and the checks were mailed or are being mailed today. And if you want the numbers. So be willing to answer any questions that I can.
Could you remind folks that may be watching along who gets a check and who just gets a bill credit?
Under $50 bill credit, over $50 you get a check.
In the years retired?
It's in the budget document. I believe it's 94 and 95.
With Tri-State, did they catch up? I'd have to look.
I will look that up during the next break and.
Okay, I think you're right. I think we're at 96, right? Is that, yeah.
Well, we're getting, with the stuff that we will retire in 23, we're getting close to 2,000.
So about 20, little over 20 years.
Yeah. It sounds like a long time, but when you compare to other people, other co-ops, I talked to one and they said, oh, that's pretty good. Because they were much longer, and some of them don't actually retire them, so.
Right.
Mark, I noticed the trend on page 16 of 23 went from averaging 7%, 27 to 18 to 7.5%, 8%, 2019, 2020. In the last 2 years, we've been up at 9 or 10%. Is that just
where are you, Kristen? On
the margin, the comparison?
Oh, of that little bar graph.
It shows really steady growth in margin. It's impressive.
Yes, the problem that we're seeing, and this is part of why we haven't been borrowing money, is we're generating the cash internally to be able to do some of the projects that we are. So we borrowed no money for the fiber.
Yep.
And the problem is that the margin doesn't necessarily equate to cash in the bank because we're using that cash to fund internal things so that we don't have to borrow.
Mm-hmm.
So long-term, it will save members money because we don't pay, 4 or 5% interest on the money that we borrow for the next 30 years. And while that is, it's good to have a good margin, we also want to manage the margin because as we did last year with the rate holiday for members and then what we did with the employees, because in 20 years, you're going to have the cash to get that money back.
Right. Same thing. I rethought it. Any other questions on the finance report? Justin?
Just a general comment. I wanted to see if we'd entertain at some point looking at putting more of the current money in the educational fund into another long-term CD that produces long-term income for the program.
Well, I think we can do something similar to what we will be doing with the MPE money, because right now, you don't have to have it in long-term. You can have it in a 6-month CD and it'll make the same that CD that matures in 43 makes.
Yeah. Good point. I was going to say 43 seems really long.
Well, that was a special deal that they came up with. And there have been times where 5% was a screaming deal.
Right.
And then, now not as much for that length of time. And before 43, we'll probably be back to where 5% is a screaming deal.
Yeah. All right.
Hopefully.
But then we can have some short term as well. Anything else on the finance report? Carl? Okay, on to information technology report.
You have the report there, and if you have any questions, I will try and answer them.
Heard Joe on the radio the other day. He's Rob's newest radio personality.
Oh, yes, we do try to get different employees. So we have various voices on our radio, especially on KFFR, but also on KRKY. And Joe did a great job.
What was the message, Justin?
I didn't hear that one.
I haven't heard it.
I just drew a blank, but I've heard it twice now.
Rob, what was the message?
I'm trying to remember too that we write a lot of those commercials. So
holiday lighting.
Holiday lighting contest. Yeah, that's
awesome. Indoor and outdoor bulbs and a few things like that.
Safety.
Yep. Okay. All right. So we're looking for a new IT specialist.
We are still, yes. That is the one that we have not been able to find. We put it to remote and we were still not getting enough resumes that were qualified. And so we have been investigating the use of basically renting an employee. And we haven't finalized that. We've been talking with the company and there are some issues that we need to resolve before we can make that work.
Okay. But I was noticing Tori left too.
Yes. She moved back to Texas to be closer to family.
All right. Human resources.
You have the report and I will attempt to answer any questions that you might have. I would say that, while it looks like there are a lot of positions that we are recruiting for, we have had some really good luck in filling the positions that we have had, and not just filling them with somebody, but some really great candidates, much like Angie and Emily and Laura in operations, and the person that we have that Adam and his team are working on to replace Kent as a fleet mechanic, very good candidate. So there are a couple that are more challenging to fill, but the ones that we are filling, we've had some really great candidates. So,
is there any thought on the staff engineer to sub that out, or is that even?
We have a company that we work with, RMA, and we have them do some work. We've had them come in and actually do some training of our stakers because they're both new. And that's been really helpful. The problem is it's very expensive. And if they can do the work remote, it's expensive, but we can live with it. If they come here and do it on site, it's really expensive because then we have the lodging costs and travel and that kind of thing to where that it makes it prohibitively expensive. So we're trying to balance the work that we have, and we can get most of the stuff done. Our biggest issue is on having someone on staff with a PE stamp. And the one engineer that we have is in the process of obtaining their PE, and that will resolve that issue for us.
Do we need that PE?
Yes, because we have documents that have to be stamped. And so when we don't have one on staff, then we have to send them to RMA to review it and then stamp them.
I didn't know if we needed PE on another.
Not for a lot of the work that is done, but there are some things that do need to be stamped, and
it'd be good to have a PE.
Yes.
Angie.
So to address that just a little bit, Tiffany and I yesterday reached out to some other avenues, for lack of a better word, for advertising the position. I know she put a post on Facebook, and then we reached out to statewide, Colorado, Wyoming, Nebraska, Utah, New Mexico, all of those statewide for them to post the position. We also reached out to some colleges in the area. We sent the University of Wyoming, the Colorado School of Mines, and then CSU reaching out to their alumni, hoping that they could post something on their alumni boards and maybe getting some other interest that way. So we're looking at some different avenues, and hopefully we get a little bit of traction that way. So.
Are we looking for a double E or a civil engineer? It doesn't matter. We specifically, are we looking for like just a double E?
We typically are looking for an electrical engineer, because what they need to be able to do that, and we're looking for somebody with experience.
Yeah.
and experience working for an electrical utility if possible. And so, it starts to narrow the field down. Could we possibly get somebody that's graduating? Yes, but that doesn't get us where we need to be.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments on HR? Member relations.
And this one isn't me.
Okay, two things I'll add to my report. The Clean Power Committee meeting is next Monday, so they had to reschedule. My report says it was this Monday. And then the other thing I'd like to just highlight is I've been working with the billing department. We're going to take a proactive approach to handling some of the high volume scam call days. In case you're wondering, and if you haven't had one of these phone calls where someone calls you representing themselves as a Mountain Parks employee, says they're going to disconnect your service if you don't pay immediately over the phone with a credit card. It's not us. This is happening to a lot of companies. It happens to our consumers throughout the year. But there are some days where it's a lot higher than others, and 3-4 times a year. So in working with billing, we are able to use our billing system and to talk to our members that would want to sign up for this service and send out an email blast alerting them on these high scam call days. So presumably, you could imagine if we start getting a bunch of calls, we can quickly send out this email blast. It takes about 5 minutes of our time. And you could get an alert on your phone to say it's a high scam call day. If someone calls, don't do this. And so that's what we have planned to start, I think, next month. And we're going to start advertising it in February to let our members know we're happy to help them with this issue. So I'm kind of happy about this. I mean, typically the scam call thing is reactive. And by the time you get information out that it's going on and here's what you do, the event is usually over and people sort of forget it. So that's one thing we're looking at adding as a service. So low cost.
Yeah, and that's a benefit of NISC that we have leveraged. We use it for outage management, but then when we had the rolling blackouts, we were able to use that same messaging system to send out messages, and they can do emails, voicemails, and texts, and it has a lot of capabilities, and we're just starting to scratch the surface on what we can do with it, but it is something that you cannot do with humans. I mean, there's no way that you'd have enough people to make calls and send out emails. So you've got to do it automated.
Great. I'm glad you're getting ahead of it, and hopefully it will create enough conversation. Then as we do this, it's going to create conversation between, kids and their parents, or, my age and my parents about it. My parents may not get the text, but it will start that conversation about not responding to stuff like that. Because I know that people are more, we're having our training about not getting into this, but there's a demographic that isn't getting that training, and they are preyed upon.
Right. Yes.
Whether it's, this is Microsoft, you need to call me right now, give me your password to everything.
Right.
And your bank account, particularly. So
we're also going to take a note from Xcel Energy. I recently called them about some charges on my gas bill that I hadn't seen before. And they have in their phone menu, when you call in, a scam call option. And basically it's just education. You get that number and it tells you, do this, don't do that. So I think we're going to add that to our phone system as well. So a couple of proactive things we're doing to try to help our members. So any questions on my report, I'm happy to answer them.
Can you elaborate a little bit about the director election opportunity? And what board packets will be available for people to pick up?
Oh, they're already there. Yes, thank you. So January 1, which is a holiday, so it'd be January 2 or 3. I'd have to look at the calendar. Third. They are available for candidates in districts 1 and 3 to pick up. One is one of the Fraser districts where Kristen's at. And the other one is Carl's district, District 3. So we have those packets available. Those are basically the petitions you go out and get members to sign so that you can become a candidate for the director election. And so those are going to be available at our desks, on front desks and our lobbies in the Walden and Granby office. And we also, if somebody were to call us, we will mail those to them so they can have them. It's the petition, and it's all the qualifications to become a director and all that information that you need. So is that what you were asking, Chris?
Yep. Thank you for making that announcement.
Yep.
Justin.
Nope, I didn't have anything.
Oh, okay. I thought you had something. All right.
Probably not a question, but I was just talking to a friend of mine, talking to him about his kids, and he said his son, who's going to graduate as a junior, they were taking a field trip up to biotech. I think he said today.
Yeah.
Taking a group of kids up there to view the school. Well, we've been talking about this.
Yeah, we did look into costs on that. I think they came in higher than some of the other schools. Not to say that's not a good school.
Yeah.
But I think it was kind of a more expensive option than some of the ones we were looking at regionally.
I should probably know this, but how do you apply for a scholarship like that? Do you visit through the school, go into your counselor's office, or?
Your school counselor should be apprised of the scholarship opportunities that are out there. I would hope so. In the case of Middle Park High Schools, I'll talk about them since they're kind of right in the Granby area, but they put all those scholarships right up on their school website so the students can access them.
Yeah, okay.
I think Kremling does that as well. Walton has, of course, a smaller class size, and I believe the teacher up there is really good at keeping the kids informed of what the opportunities are. Yeah, that's where you'd start.
Good, thank you.
And I believe that Middle Park is also doing a scholarship fair.
Yes, first or second week of January. I think it's a solid week over the lunch hour. They're doing a scholarship fair. We have plans to be up there. I think the last day is on the January board meeting, so I might see if someone in my department. But if not, I would sadly have to miss part of the board meeting to be up there at that, so.
We'll just schedule lunch during that time and you'll be.
Okay, all right.
But that's just,
Sorry, go ahead.
that might be the same question, Craig. We talked about that at the high school. We got these guys that are out and don't like their job. They're working over at Covent going, man, I gotta get back to school. The opportunities for those, especially like wild text and tech. I can't remember what we discussed for getting that word out. What are we doing there?
For why, okay, I'm gonna
The ones that aren't high school
Yeah.
students.
We haven't really done that yet.
Okay, but that's still in the making.
Yeah, we're still working on where the best avenue is to be able to work with somebody else to get the information out there. So maybe job training programs with the county or city or something like that, to where the unemployment office, whatever, that, somebody's looking for something and they can have information to provide it.
I couldn't remember where we were on that.
Bob, with that really nice summary that you put together, or Chris or whoever, of the different educational institutions for the VOTEX.
Yes.
And then we add on, as Carl mentioned, the Biotech and some of the others. Would that be a good thing to have at your table in January, or is it too early for?
I could certainly disseminate that information. In some cases, I never know who else will show up at those fairs.
Yeah.
In some cases, colleges do show up. So I don't know which ones, but I could provide that information. My only concern would be other colleges would say, hey, do our stuff, and then pretty soon we're.
Right. Why isn't CSU on this?
Yeah, and all that. So not really sure how to handle that, because we haven't really done that before. We usually promote our scholarships, and we have more than 20 scholarships, $70,000 a year. I haven't seen anybody that, there probably is, but I haven't seen anybody that has that many scholarships available. So I always kind of pitch everyone, hey, I hope you apply for them all, but if you only apply for one, this probably should be the one.
Yeah.
Of all these opportunities with Mountain Parks.
Or maybe a soft sell.
Yeah.
For college VOTEC.
Well, and I do have, in the past, that scholarship fair, at least at Middle Park High School, was in the evenings. And it was during the parent-teacher conferences. And so I'd have a lot of conversations with parents, and we would, if it came up, we'd talk about VOTEC school. And of course, there's no limitation on our scholarships as they go to VOTEC. We can certainly accommodate that. So, but no, good point. I can work on that with Mark a little bit and see if we want to.
But you're right. Point taken.
Yeah.
You're handing out one thing on a group of schools and you're forgetting several thousand.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, pretty soon you're representing all the schools.
It might be an uphill effort on our part on the marketing on that VOTEC, because a guy was servicing our boiler and he's involved in Lions, and he says, yeah, we have 2 VOTEC scholarships a year with Lions and we don't get any applicants.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is figure out a way to fix that and then share it with everybody else that does VOTEC scholarships. But member communication, speaking of that, we just had this delivered from a member and he asked that we read it to the board.
Okay.
Just a thank you to you and your staff, especially to Andrew, who is one of our stakers, and for his communication, and Drew, field supervisor, one of our ops guys, for scheduling us a half day earlier this morning. They were having some service put in, and so he was very happy and wanted to make sure that we read it to the board.
And it's a cute card.
Yes.
And I did just get this from Amanda, since you were talking about it in billing. The capital credits for retiring are for Mountain Parks 99 and 2000 and Tri-State 1994.
That's what I was thinking. There's still that gap.
But we are 423, we're moving Tri-State forward and doing a little bit less of the MPE so that we're going to hopefully catch them both up.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes, Liz, I have a question.
Carl, go ahead.
Can I go? Okay. I don't know if this question is for Rob or for Mark, but in pertains to the Fraser Solar and the Whiskey Hill Solar. I read your stats, Rob, every month in here, and I realize the capacity factor is only for 21, not 22. I assume you will update that, but there's quite a discrepancy in that. But my question is, I think we've been in this program long enough to know whether we are producing enough return to make it pay. I realize we borrowed the money from CoBank at 0% interest, and I assume we have to make a payment every year or month or whatever that is, but is there any accounting that what it is producing is paying back the loan and also making Mountain Parks a return?
Yes. The lease is through Mountain Park Services, so they are responsible for making the payment to CoBank. Mountain Park Services bills Mountain Parks Electric under a PPA for the electricity that is produced and sold to the electric side. And the revenue from Mountain Parks Electric more than covers the cost of the payments to CoBank for Mountain Park Services, along with the taxes and other expenditures on it. Are we making much of a profit? No, but that was not the intent to make a profit off it. It was to be able to sell the output at a competitive price to what Tri-State sells us the power, and we were able to do that and cover the cost of the solar fields.
And Carl, if you're interested, I saw the same thing, but if you're really interested in the production, if those are raised, you can go on Mountain Park's website and click, and it'll show you the instantaneous production of each site, and then it'll also give you information on what it generated each year. And I can't remember if you can see it by month. You can see it by day, by the current day, and I'm pretty sure you can see it by years. But I often go on. It's one way I know that they're actually working. And you can just click on there and see if it's a bright sunny day, you can see how close it is to its max capacity and what it's producing. And you can see what it did in different years.
And just so you know, Carl, the cost associated with the field that Mountain Park Services pays, okay, I still see him up there, even though we lost the thing. The rate that they charge to Mountain Parks Electric is 102% of the cost. So there is a 2% margin built into the cost. So Mountain Park Services is making that 2%, but even with the 102%, it is competitive or slightly lower than the price we pay Tri-State for the same power.
So Mountain Park Services is making the excess on this above and beyond the taxes and the payment and everything else, not Mountain Parks Electric?
Well, Mountain Park Services makes that 2%. Mountain Parks Electric, they take that cost and they sell the electricity to our members, and our margin is built into for residential, the 10.9 cents that the member pays. And so electric makes their margin based on the tariff rate. Services makes its margin based on the cost, and that margin is there to cover any unexpected expenses and the administrative time required to administer the program.
Okay, well, I thank you for this information and the update. But I was basically interested in that Mountain Parks is either breaking even or making a little margin on it. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Bills for payment.
On bills for payment. Okay.
I have some, but I'm not gonna ask them.
Okay. Board-
You can ask him during.
You can ask him during. Board open forum and.
No, credit cards.
Oh, credit cards. I missed the credit cards. Any question on the credit card payment charges? Okay. Board open forum and associated board reports. Art, Paul, did you have a Western United meeting?
The next one is scheduled, I believe, February, so
It's quarter.
quarterly.
All right.
Whenever the quarterly is, somehow I got goofed up on that last one. Hit the first one, then missed the
Okay.
next one, but I talked to Craig.
Okay, great. Great.
My understanding, nothing new there.
Nothing new on Western United. Jeff, you want to do CREA?
Let's see, CREA, we brought up that concept papers for resiliency, so that did come up. We talked a little bit about, not a little bit, but a lot about kind of revamping what our meetings look like at CREA moving forward. So hopefully we'll time to, restructure those a little bit and spend some more time on, more of a strategic plan than what we've been doing in the past. There was some more talk of helping co-ops, write grants. So maybe something will come out of that where we could all share, a grant writer for the upcoming money that's coming down the pike. And cybersecurity, stuff like that. So hopefully we'll see some different things come out of CRA in that respect. We again talked about resource adequacy. I think I sent that redlined version back out to you guys. And basically, there was a bunch of red lines in it, but probably the biggest one is that CRA changed and will go back to Excel, whether they support it or not, is that all wholesale suppliers that in the state would be required to have a resource adequacy plan. And that would be, the tri-states, the Excel, the Guzman, everybody who's supplying electricity. Because really all it takes is, one bad actor. The other red line item was that it's reported to the Colorado Energy Office, not the PUC. So just a different avenue for reporting. But we'll see where that goes. It's not a bill yet, but I'm sure it will be. Other than that, I did see, I talked to Liz about this, Excel raising the rates for some of our co-op customers on the West Slope from like 13 to 8% rate increase next year.
So those co-ops that contract for Excel as their wholesale power supplier, Grand Valley, Yampa.
Yeah. And they're not the same either. And I asked about it, but their Excel's it's a formula rate. So
one thing that I talked about with Jeff is, the rate increase is going to affect people differently based on their load factor.
Yeah.
Because there's a demand and an energy component. And so it has an uneven effect across the co-ops.
Core is also an Excel customer.
So Jeff, is it primarily fuel costs on the open market? Is that what's driving it?
I asked that, but it's really everything Liz said. It's like everything. Well, that's at least like Tom Walsh explained it to me. He's Grand Valley's CEO. I said, what is that? I mean, why is there a disparity between you and Yampa? He said, well, it's a formula rate and it's based on all those factors.
But your question is to more what's driving behind
Yes.
there.
Yes.
And I think it's probably all of
Yeah, because they do have gas generation and gas costs are going up, and they are retiring things as they start to implement their renewable energy plan.
Healthcare goes up.
Healthcare, employee
costs
benefits,
go up,
yeah,
fuel for
pretty
their
much
trucks
everything.
goes up.
Okay.
And of course, they're spending, is it $1 billion on the one transmission line that they're doing?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Colorado Pathways.
yeah.
But yeah, it's like we think of a flat energy rate and we say it's going to go up 10%, but that's not how they're doing. You know, that's sort of the average way to look at things. Anyway, Carl, do you have Tri-State? Oh, are you done, Jeff?
Yeah, I think so.
We should. Carl, do you have a report from Tri-State? I know they just had their meeting.
Yes, I do. We had our meeting Tuesday and yesterday. Some of the things that came about in E&O committee, we had a presentation on the new rate and the definitions and overview of all the issues that are being considered. It was a great presentation, but if I heard it 5 more times, I probably wouldn't understand it. They're December 12th, Monday. They're going to have a town hall meeting with CEOs. I'm sure Mark knows about this, and going to roll out some issues on direct assignment and the tariff, et cetera, for the new rate. And they're looking for feedback, and the final assessment will be end of January. And they also stressed the importance of today's meeting for the RDC. They expect it to probably go 10 hours or longer because of all the information that they're going to provide. So I hope Mark is going to attend that town hall meeting and educate the rest of us.
When is that town hall meeting, Carl?
Monday, the 12th.
Of December.
Yes, I'm sorry, December 12th, yes.
Okay, I'm surprised that they could have the direct assignments and that information at that meeting, because they told the RDC that they wouldn't have the actual numbers until February.
Well, and
So
I don't know that it's actual.
They may be just talking about the concept of the direct assignments and unbundling.
I think that's basically the approach that they're going to do, because they felt that there is some confusion about what direct assignment actually is, but no numbers or anything like that are going to roll out until January that I know about. Finance, go ahead.
Go ahead, Carl.
Finance and Audit Committee, they passed the resolution to pay $10 million in patronage capital. It wasn't a unanimous vote. There was plenty there that thought that this year, because 2023 doesn't look the best, that paying patronage capital is the wrong thing to do. But the full board passed the payment of $10 million, so as Mark has already said, so. And then we had an educational session on SPP overview. One of the senior VPs from SPP came out and gave a great talk on the RTO deal. I wish that I had that presentation and his explanations to share with everybody, but I don't. The RTO commitment is...
Carl, was that done in executive session?
No.
Then I should be able, I'll look on the MIC and see if I can pull it down.
Okay, well, it's a great overview and a lot of questions and a lot of answers that kind of helped the board a lot. The RTO commitment is March 23. They are working out here in the West, and the RTO probably will be situated that there'll be a SPP East and an SPP West. And they're trying to talk to everyone that, generates power in the West here to get them on board, and they hope to roll it out by March of 25 or by 2025. CEO report, Dwayne hosted the PUC chairman at Tri-State headquarters and said he was very impressed with Tri-State and how they monitor and evaluate all the power coming in and out. Dwayne sits on a committee back in Washington, and he talked about the attack on North Carolina's substation. They are determining it was deliberate. Somebody shot at the apparatus that they knew would bring the substation down. So, there is highlighted concern for all G&Ts to try to do something with their substations to protect them. There's not a lot you can do, but there is some things. So Dwayne met with USDA to talk about the IRA money. He felt pretty positive about that. They are, and I forget the name of the outfit now, is asking for inverter rules from FERC. And if you ask me questions on that, I don't remember now what the issue was, but also Dwayne is formulating goals for the February strategy meeting coming up in February. He also met with the rating agencies in New York. Most concern was member unrest, and also the agencies were concerned that the buyout payment is not going to be enough. He is meeting with the state of Colorado to see if the state will sponsor a high voltage bridge across the DC tie line with federal money. That probably won't happen for any of our lifetime, but he felt the process needs to get started, and for SPP and the RTO to move power back and forth across the DC tie line, we need that high voltage bridge. And the DC tie line was formed way back when they had blackouts in the east to keep them from rolling to the west. But with the technology today, they don't need that division. So it's something that hopefully will happen in the future. Dwayne gave an update on Project Ascend. Tri-State has gone from 1,240 FTEs to 1,100 today, looking to hire maybe 30 more, but hiring at Tri-State is just as bad as it is at Mountain Parks. Tri-State won't see savings from Project Ascend until probably 2024. And then the board passed the budget for 2023. And that's all I have.
Carl, is there a presentation on that high voltage bridge? That's really interesting. That's been something academics have been calling for a while.
Yeah, there's no presentation on it. He just said that it takes state sponsorship to get this federal money, possibly from the IRA, I assume, to do this. So he's just trying to plant seeds and lay groundwork that the state of Colorado might want to sponsor this high voltage bridge. So but there was no presentation on it.
So just to make sure I'm clear, he wants the state to support an application for Inflation Reduction Act money to help Tri-State improve their high voltage bridge so we can bring more cheap renewables across the interconnect. Is that it?
Well, for sure, but it's not just Tri-State. It's a bridge that would accommodate everyone.
Okay.
It would help with the RTO to move power from one side to the other.
I think it's in eastern Colorado.
Is the tie, I know it's up close to Wyoming, is it actually in Colorado or Wyoming? Where is it located?
It's in the border. It's on the border of Kansas and Colorado.
I thought it was up by Laramie River.
It's different.
Oh, different tie. Okay.
What's the danger in that? Like the DC ties there for a reason, right? Like to stop one side of the country or another from going dark.
Well, it was initially there to be able to, you know, if you, to island the two systems. And I mean, it's something similar in Alaska. We had an intertie and there was basically a breaker that if one part of it had a major problem, that you could, you know, stop it from affecting everybody.
It seems to me like the technology's probably changed since the time that got put in, and there are other ways to do that. But I think it's a great idea if it doesn't take down the, you know, if it can still be protective of the entire grid.
Well, you're right, Liz. The technology, and that was in the presentation that SPP gave us, the technology has improved so much that the DC tie is obsolete. Right. But as it occurs now, the DC tie is very limited on what power you can bring back and forth. And if you know, during the storm Uri, if we could have pushed more power from the west to the east, it would have alleviated a lot of the problems in Texas and all over there. So, but we need a bridge there that will bring a larger quantity of electrons across the DC tie.
Yeah. Was there any discussion of speeding up when the new rate will be filed at FERC?
There was quite a bit of discussion on that, but it was all in executive session. So I'm hesitant to share it.
Okay, then you can't answer that. Was there, and you might not.
It's all speculation at this point.
Was there any more discussion about the issue of not being able to sell into the Colorado, Missouri basin and what dollar value those sales represent?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us how much deferred revenue is left?
There will be zero by the end of this year.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Kristen, do you have anything for open board forum?
I'll pass this time around.
Okay, looks like you and Justin are suffering a bit. I'll just report that I've been watching the NRECA governance series that Pat Mangan sends out, and you know they have some interesting little videos of various things. But one of the things that they do have is demographic data for the areas that each co-op serves. So they have really in-depth data. I don't know if Rob has seen it, but they have really in-depth data about who uses electricity in our territory. So they're going to send that along to me. And the other thing that
in our territory,
in every single co-op's territory, NRECA has someone who looks at all the heating types and who's using, and just a ton of info about the demographics of our customers and whatnot. So they are going to be sending that along. I thought that would be just sort of another interesting thing to know about it. Because we all have our preconceptions of who our members are. This will flesh that out a bit. I'm expecting they'll also have second home versus primary home data and all that kind of stuff. The other thing is kind of tailored into that is Grand County Economic Development is doing a program. It's a software and it's called Datafy. And it tracks the daily visitors year over year. And they have graphs that I imagine are very similar to the amount of the graphs that we get from Tri-State of our power use. And they are having today once you do the training, then you have access to all that data. But it was really interesting. They had a few shots of what happened during July this year. And it confirms that it was very busy as far as visitors in our territory. So it's another way of sort of figuring out use here besides just our guys.
Is it traffic counts and
I think it's
hotel rooms?
You know what I think it is? It's locational data from phones. That's what I think it is. I don't know. I haven't attended the training, but I think that's what it is. So they know where people are coming from. They know how long they stay. They know if they've come before. They know, how many times they come in a year. It's a very in-depth. I can forward you the link to it. But anyway, interesting, understanding our use patterns and who's coming, besides the people who we have relationships with. And there'll be a Clean Power meeting on Monday, and that's about all I have.
One thing, want to recognize, we had three of our staff, Bethany, Amanda, and Kim, and they put together the tree that we had and adopted 2 families, and each family had a large number of children. And so if you pass through the community room, you saw that the tables are full of items that I believe it's today or tomorrow, they'll be doing wrapping. And it was staff that supported. Some of our members actually took names and brought back gifts. We had some board members that did it as well. And after they had acquired the 2 families from Mountain Family Center, I had a conversation with Mountain Family Center, and they had had 15 to 20 families that were last minute adds to their system, and they weren't sure that they were going to be able to accommodate them. And these are families in Grand and Jackson County. And so made a donation from my discretionary fund to assist with that. And then we are also looking at doing some gift cards for seniors that live in the 2 senior facilities, one in Granby, one in Crimley, and working with the senior center in Walden to be able to help them because they don't have a senior facility, but be able to help with gift cards for groceries and things like that in December.
And I'd like to thank the folks who put together the Giving Tree and all the staff who supported it and board members. Thank you. It's a really nice gesture. Really nice. Okay, when is our
Lunch will be here at 11:30, so
what do we have? We may talk about.
so we can do old, new, and then.
Okay. Old, new. Is there any old business?
Not that I'm aware of.
New business.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, emergency business. I think we ought to have a discussion about Granby Highland Trails and their ask. And before we do that, 2 disclosures. 27 years ago, I was involved in the very first iteration of the land trust and helped that organization get their 501c3. I have not been involved for a very long time. And then I think Cray has some real heartburn over whether or not he has a conflict of interest in this issue. If you read our policy on conflicts of interest, it's clear to me his conflict of interest does not rise to the level that is contemplated by our policy. However, watching the NRECA, they have a governance video on conflict of interest, and what they suggest to do, because Cray cannot ask our attorney whether he has a conflict, he would have to get his own attorney to determine that. They cover some issues in that video, and then they suggest that the board discuss whether or not they consider that director as having a conflict. Now, clearly, if Cray was a vendor for Mountain Parks Electric and sat on the board and decided whether or not his company should get, or his wife's company should get the business, that'd be a conflict. If he's, perhaps Justin's example, if his child was involved in a sports team that was asking for money from Mountain Parks, he might want to recuse himself from voting on that. He's not getting any money from the land trust, but he's had a long period of time being involved with them. So do you want to speak more about that?
Yeah, I don't want to rehash it, but at last month's meeting, I gave my history of involvement with the land trust. So I think that's on the record.
Yeah. And do you feel like you would like to make a decision yourself, or would you like the board to discuss it and decide whether or not you have a conflict of interest in this?
I'd rather have the board do it, and then I can weigh in afterwards.
Okay. Does anyone want to throw anything in? Kristen?
I have an idea. This isn't the first time this has come up, like trying to interpret our board policy. To make things more clear, might people be interested in say, like, so we all fill out that disclosure, conflict of interest disclosure form every year. If something's on it, you have a conflict. If it's not on it, maybe that's an easy way to say you don't. And you
It's kind of hard to.
What?
I mean, things come up. How do you, I mean, during the year, how do you?
Right.
Can't put that all on paper, could you? Like, I'm gonna have a conflict here. This comes up like.
Well, I mean, we all should be disclosing our conflicts of interest on the annual disclosure form.
But yeah, but the annual disclosure form gives us very clear boundaries on what we need to disclose on that compared to our policy.
Yeah, so is your question though, Jeff, since you fill it out once a year, you could potentially get something after you filled it out.
Exactly.
That would
You won't know. I mean, conflict of interest can come up.
Trust came
at any
last
point.
meeting. Never saw that come.
But on that 990 form, unless Cray receives money from the land trust this year, in 2023, we'll have to fill out that 990 next June. It wouldn't be a conflict that rose to the level of making that form. I think that's the point that Kristen.
Yeah, that's the point, is that they define what is and isn't a conflict more clearly than our policy.
So, and I recognize Jeff's point, well, maybe, we would act on, it's hard to imagine what conflicts would, what conflicts you would have that would rise to the level of a 990 report that you wouldn't know about as you were discussing an issue. Meaning?
Well, if the board was so inclined, we could bring up the policy related to conflict of interest at the next meeting, and it could potentially be amended to further define conflict based on the 990 and the questions that are asked in the 990.
Well,
and I would just add for consideration, I think the 990 is probably a very useful tool as a starting point for what would clearly be a conflict, but a legal conflict could arise that wouldn't trigger an obligation on the 990 as well. So the world of potential conflicts could be larger than the 990 reporting conflicts. So yeah, I think it's a useful tool. So I'm not debating not using it, but I am saying it may not be dispositive of all potential conflicts.
Well, one of the things that in the NRECA video, it discussed the appearance of conflicts. And sometimes for a board, the appearance of a conflict is reputational. And while there isn't a clear financial conflict, just the appearance of conflicts.
It looks bad.
It looks bad. And so, in my opinion, that's more what Cray is concerned about than anything else.
Conflicts, man.
We have an emergency business section.
We're in the emergency business section because I'd like the board to discuss the Granby Highlands trails, and if there is the appetite to support that project in any way before we start the process, I want to make sure we understand what Cray's role will be in voting and discussing it. So,
And recusal.
and recusal. So I'm just throwing that out to the board about how they feel about Cray participating in this discussion and voting.
Great, how do you feel? Like, let's say we gave Jeremy $45,000. Keep being an ex-town board member. What's your, I guess that's what it boils down to.
I think that question's a bit premature.
Because we may not.
Because I'm kind of waiting for direction from the board. As if I am fine with not being included. But I think your question is more of a discussion decision question.
I guess
or whatever,
Mark,
whereas I'm looking for direction from the board if I'm in or I'm out on the issue, not on a question related to the issue.
I guess the question to me, Mark, and Kristen and Justin is, if the board were to support this project, and if Cray were involved in the vote, does the board have heartburn over the appearance of a conflict of interest? That's the real question.
I would say, I mean, I'd like to hear his opinion on all of it. Not the conflict of interest, but what you're thinking about that project in particular. Because if I was in your shoes, though, I probably wouldn't vote.
Yeah, I think if now both of you kind of asked the question of what my opinion on the project is. I think is
That's the next part of this conversation.
I think at that part, if that's part of the conversation, then I think the appearance of a conflict is there, and I would recuse.
From voting or for any discussion on?
Discussion and voting. Unless the board directs.
I would say this. I feel like it's fine. I don't think there's a conflict if you discuss it. I think we, as a small community with board members, having people who understand what's going on in their community and the knowledge, I mean, we don't know as much about that project as you do, or as much about land trusts or that kind of stuff. And having that input is important. I think if you recuse yourself from voting, it protects the co-op from any sort of reputational. And so, is everyone okay with that? Okay, let's discuss
I agree. Make a decision. We'd like to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, let's, okay.
We can
Everybody's going to serve on several boards.
So
The board's directing me to feel comfortable with discussion and my knowledge.
Right.
And that I'll not vote on the issue. Is that?
Yeah.
I don't think it's a direct.
Yeah, I don't think we're directing you not to vote on it. Ultimately, I think it's your call if you want to vote on it. But I wanted to have the discussion.
Their opinion.
But I think it might be, yeah. We didn't quite, this is the first time I think we've had other than Carl, with his representation of Tri-State and his duty to Tri-State, we don't have these conversations that often. And so I think we're feeling our way through. I would say we don't necessarily direct you not to vote. If you feel very strongly that you want to vote, you are not in in my opinion, reading Mountain Parks policy, you don't violate that. And it's certainly not going to be something you have to disclose on a 990. There's no money involved.
Certainly. And our policy is much more financially directed.
Right.
On conflicts rather than the direction we may take based on discussions today, January and ongoing to maybe update that policy. So thank you. I appreciate that direction. I'll feel comfortable discussing it.
Okay, great.
So thank you.
That's good. That's very transparent though. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. First impressions, any thoughts on the project? On the Granby Highlands Trails project?
I like it because since we're fairly flush, I think it's a pretty good project. I don't know, I would consider giving a lesser amount than $75,000. Just my first take on it without hearing much other discussion. It's I think it's a good way. It's controversial, the whole thing.
Consequential.
But I would tend to go for it just in a straw poll. Maybe not for the whole 75,000, but I'm all ears.
I think, we're pretty broad with that money as far as what we use it for, but that's my only concern, that like, this is really broad, like, it feels out there, to me. I like the project, I'm not saying that, just, that's in the back of my mind as far as, this, we're kind of here, this is a little more up here,
Is it your district?
No.
Justin's, I think.
Curious for your feedback, Justin.
I feel the same way as Jeff. But I also see it as a benefit to the community and kids in the future and families and just the general area for sure. I think, we have a very broad brush with our funding for that program or within the educational fund. And so I don't see a conflict there personally, but I don't see it any different than funding soccer jerseys or a Washington, DC trip, or, a lot of those things that we do. We also throw just general money at school districts and things like that at times as well. So it's a long lasting benefit as they presented about, in my opinion.
Carl.
I agree with Jeff's assumption about extending the broad brush. Personally, I am not in favor of conservation easements. I don't like them. There's been several people that have tried to get me to do that on my ranch, and I don't like to give up that control, but according to the presentation this morning, I think there's a lot of unanswered questions for me to vote yes to commit any kind of funding towards this project until those questions are answered.
Carl, is that the water rights you brought up? Is that part of your question?
Certainly, that certainly is. And also the ability to transfer that conservation easement to someone else. And when you do a conservation easement, you basically give up the right to do anything on your property. And I'm not in favor of that. But like I said, there's a bunch of unanswered questions. And one is looking at the easement itself. And like I said, I don't think I could vote to commit any money at this point.
Carl, if all your questions were answered to your satisfaction, would you support the support of this program or this project? Or would you?
Well, possibly. I am not understanding why the city is not doing the same things themselves. they're giving up a certain value of that, but they're getting it in return and payment from the easement. But he mentioned today that the city people are going to patrol it and et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm not certain why it's really needed. But I don't know what I'd do if I had all my answers or all my questions answered.
Okay. Kristen, do you have some thoughts?
Oh, Craig has to say.
Yeah. Well, do you have any thoughts before Craig? Or you just want to hear? Okay, go ahead, Craig.
Well, just a little additional background. Granby plans to spend quite a bit more money in the future, but that's on trail construction and signage and key. So they'll have a future investment monetarily in the project, because once the easement's in place, there'll be costs associated with building trails and that sort of thing. I know the project has been a long time coming. Years ago, Colorado Open Lands, a statewide conservation land trust that operates statewide, they made an offer to the receiver, and the receiver for the entire property before Sun Communities or anything. They made an offer, and at that time the receiver said no thank you, but the offer was up here. Well, the price kept dropping as the economy slowed, and so Granby picked it up. And but it's again, the importance of the Colorado headwaters can't be understated, and getting 2 miles of river in a conservation easement is pretty unheard of, and probably that opportunity won't come around again. So there's a little bit of a sales pitch. The funding end of it, I think, has been stymied by COVID, because like Gates family and some others, for a couple-year period, a lot of funds, instead of going to land and conservation and environmental issues, were going to the needs of people, healthcare issues, people without jobs, and for 2 or 3 years, a lot of funding from these foundations went elsewhere, and it should have. That's where it should have been going. Now it's kind of coming back to post-COVID, funding opportunities. I know the town council of Granby has been quite mixed. That some and Ted alluded to this, that some on council wanted to just put the for sale signs out, blow out the water in the sewer line, and sell those lots. And so, but I think between what CPW said about the migration patterns, that's just huge. And just the view shed up the hill from Sun Communities it's one of the last few easements, I think, of its kind. And I can't speak to if it's appropriate for mountain parks to get involved in this sort of thing, but it's a wonderful project, and it's been 6 or 7 years in the making. So I support it from a conservation viewpoint. I'm a little torn on, if it's a mountain parks project.
Okay, Kristen, you've heard the.
Does anyone have insights into the funding coming from the open lands tax increase, and why the full cost of this wasn't picked up, or the incremental cost?
I can speak to that. We at the time we asked for 1.2 million from Open Lands OLRT, and there was much discussion from the OLRT committee, and then ultimately it's a decision of the commissioners. They review the OLRT's recommendations the
grant cycle twice a year. And there was a huge discussion of OLRT all the way from $0 to the full 1.2 million. And at the time, the 1.2 million ask would have completely cleaned out their fund. And so there was some logic within OLRT committee to say, okay, we've got future asks coming, even though money's always coming in from the sales tax.
They're sitting on a bunch now.
They are, but that approval was, I think, 2 years ago by now.
No way to go back to them?
There is that, they did in their approval say you can always come back, but that's fraught with uncertainty. But at the time we asked, the land trust asked for 1.2 million. They awarded 750,000, I think was the number. And because they didn't really want to clean out with the fund. So that was kind of the logic back then. But since then it's built up. But that was, the OLRT is given away, you know, much smaller amounts. They gave them $1 million right off the bat to the Windy Gap connectivity project, mainly because of the fishing access and the improvements on the river rather than the, you know, construction of the new dam. But these are the two big approvals from OLRT. It's the Windy Gap and this project, and a lot of the others have been 50,000, 80,000 for different easements. This is kind of the second big approval of OLRT. But again, to backtrack, Granby, you know, I think the question keeps coming up is why isn't Granby just giving the whole value? And I think the answer there, to the best of my ability, is that they're going to be spending a whole pot of money afterwards on improvements, you know, parking, kiosks, gazebos, restrooms, trails, and that sort of thing. And we can see from the CPW commitment that 400,000 is a pretty good chunk from them. So that corridor is super. To me, that's the important part. It's not the trails. It's that wildlife corridor.
Mark, do you have any?
Look at the question there. I've been involved with these for years, Brian. It's so goddamn important to CPW. They did easements. They were the highest paid on easements for private land. They were the most restrictive, but they were the most lucrative. If you want an easement, you went through CPW.
Yeah.
I still think it's a pretty good project. Given that if we were so flush in our educational community, it wasn't so flush, I would think twice. I'm not so on the mountain. I think the idea is pretty good. And the permanence, Granby can't, I said, six especially these guys in Granby, holy cow, they change their mind like they change their underwear. They've already got a whole new board going, like us with our property. We need the money. We're going to sell it. The permanence of an easement is both a hindrance and you could put it in either column. But I still think it's a good thing. I would tend to think personally, I would vote use that one.
Is there a number you have in mind?
I was thinking 50. Like every project we do, I think we need to leverage. I don't think everybody needs to come to Mountain Parks Education Community Foundation, but we become the banker for everybody. That's, I think,
if we
have a lot of money, but we're becoming that. And I think we need to leverage with a lot of partners. Right. It's so important to CPW. See them pick up. Okay, we'll do 50, you kick another 25.
Well, I think that the idea is that if we were to kick in a certain amount, then that gives the land trust the ability to say, look, we have CPW, we've got gates, we've got mountain parks, we've got, and they can, and that gets a momentum going when they're asking for other funds and having that leverage. I mean, to me, it's a consequential project. You know, when we're all gone, if that if it goes and that project happens, people will be thanking the people who made it happen
On.
for a long time.
Another board.
Yeah.
As the process has gone on, it's been such a long duration, and these easements take a long time. They don't happen overnight. They take years to finesse and negotiate. But Granby has increased their contribution over time. This is not what they said on day one. They started out here, and Jeremy's been successful on getting Granby to up their ante, which to Ted's, a compliment to Ted and Jeremy that they've worked hard and Granby has stepped up their game. I don't know.
I'd like to see Sun City kick in.
Well, think about their other interests, what Sun City's other interests might be in that property, given that all the infrastructure's in.
Behind it.
I don't think it's a great deal going. And Carl's, it really doesn't make a damn bit of difference, from my understanding, who holds. Let's say sign the conservation values of that easement. I don't care if Nature Conservancy or China holds the easement. That's
it's a legal.
That's what's written in that contract. It doesn't really matter if we hold who holds the easement. They're contractually in perpetuity held to what the conservation values were.
It's a recorded deed of ownership.
Yep.
Deed of conservation.
The name,
So I don't,
the
that
name
doesn't
could
give me
change.
heartburn in Carl's
Right.
part. It's whenever whoever negotiates what's in the conservation values. And what we should be interested in going, what are those conservation values?
Do we have infrastructure in there?
I think it's just water and sewer on the hill there.
Yeah, I think
We stop at the bridge.
Jeremy mentioned electric, but I don't think it's there.
It's the water,
Conduits all in.
the roads.
I've seen all the stubs for the sewer and water stick up, but no electricity.
If they want some transformers, some lighting in there, possibly.
I'm guessing we have,
Trails, I guess.
we must have an easement up to that water facility because that's gotta have, I would think that the tank, isn't there a tank up there?
The water tank is up on the hill, on the edge of the property, so that would have power, I guess.
Yeah.
And the only other thing I was thinking is actually, depending on
It stops you.
what that drop is, it'd be a good place to have a little micro hydro turbine. But it's like Grand Lake does, they've got a little micro hydro thing, but it doesn't, that's my little thing.
This is your leverage to get that in.
Yeah, this is our leverage to get that in. But I think that could be handled, separately from this funding if the easement, if we really were serious about that, carving out a little spot where, those aren't big, those, Grand Lakes fits in their water treatment center. It's just a little thing that's this big. So it would, how big is it?
The cabinet's about as big as this window.
Okay. So it's pretty
It's about as
small,
half
but
as
it would
thick.
be a use and it could be a potential use that, and a little, where it would go might be something we want in there. But Mark, do you feel comfortable making a motion about this? Or is there more?
Okay, we have the point that we want to do that.
Justin, are you comfortable? Is there more discussion you would like to have?
No, we beated it around.
All right.
Like I said, I have one other, like Justin, going, we deal with Miller Ranch, going, there's sure potential conflict. When the center line is the center line of the river, there's always going to be the potential in there. I don't know what to do about that.
Right, but if it were private,
I don't think they have the fishing beats on that stretch. As Ted mentioned, the fishing beats are where they own both sides.
Okay, so it's not the center line, because I know the center line goes a good deal with, they share with Millers and
Yes.
Dines.
Yes.
To there, maybe Tillotson, I'm not sure. So
I'm
maybe
sure that the fishing beats are just on
where they have
the
one
common,
side. So that would alleviate, I don't want to make a big conflict for a landowner and one of our members.
Yeah, no, I don't think they could operate a fishing beat where you only have half the river.
Kind of a whole nother thing, Miller, trying to get surround, well, finally, they're just gonna go. And then we'll have another Sun City up there. But right now, I'm comfortable. I'd make the motion if there's looks like there's support for it. I know Carl's got questions, or if he feels more comfortable. Do we answer those questions before Carl would feel comfortable in to vote?
I was trying to understand if Carl, even if his questions were answered, whether it would change how he felt about the project. And I don't know if I got that from him. Because he feels that, Carl, don't let me put words in your mouth, but are you concerned about the community using the community fund for this purpose?
Certainly.
And if we answered all the questions, would you still have that concern?
Well, you know, this is down in your territory, and you are the people that are going to have to live with it. If it was up here, then it would be a different issue, and that goes back to our redistricting question about how somebody from down there can represent here and vice versa. But like I said, I'm not totally in favor of conservation easements. You know, the town manager made the statement that they want to do it now, so it keeps future town councils or whatever from doing anything else with it. I agree with some of Craig's assessment about the wildlife corridor and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know what the future brings, and you're tying that up right now. So like I said, if Mark makes a motion, I'll probably vote against it. But, you know, that's my feeling.
Mark, if you made a motion, would you be comfortable including a contingent upon review of the easement?
Definitely, that would because do we have any, if we're contributing money, do we have any interest in anything that would, Craig asked you as a boardman, what's any stipulation, conservation values, or anything that would represent Mountain Park's interest? Now is the time to get it into that easement and see if it's palatable to Jeremy and those guys. Is there anything we would want to put in that contingent? We're going to give you $50,000 as contingent. Do we have any interest that we'd like to add into that easement in your opinion, or anybody's opinion?
It's brought up the potential for hydro.
Yeah, you know, that's the only thing I can think of was, and whether or not, I mean, clearly, I would think that the easement, they've contemplated what needs they're going to need for their water system or whatever else is up there. We probably already have an easement up there. But for me, the micro hydro, when he said that they pump water up and then they release it when the river's low, that's an interesting concept to me, because that's it, stored energy up in that tank. And if it's just going back down and they're using pressure reducers or something. It could be,
is it going to spin a turbine?
It could spin a little turbine, and it could be pumping out some electricity. And I don't know where the closest lines are. It'd probably be over by Florence. So I don't know. You know, it's just a future use that wouldn't have much of an impact on wildlife. It wouldn't impact public's use of their property, you know. But I know it takes a really long time to negotiate a conservation easement, and there's been a lot of thought that's gone into this project, and I don't want to derail it or make it even more complicated, I guess.
Could we bring up on the screen quickly the map of the proposed, the aerial photo of the proposed
right It's
Those
in the-
augmentation
you have-
ponds,
I don't have
Okay.
a map of that, if someone can.
It's,
email it to
it's
me.
on
that
the,
was in that package.
the call to order presentation. Do you have that call to order on your computer, Rob?
It was in his PowerPoint.
Okay, oh, okay.
If I could just get the URL that it's.
Oh,
No,
there,
I don't think so.
Oh,
I think it's just the PowerPoint.
I can make
Okay.
someone
Here, yeah.
host and you guys. can
Oh,
share.
yeah.
I don't think it'll work off.
No?
It was not in his PowerPoint today. It
Oh,
was, it was in the package
that he
from
sent.
last month.
Okay, and it was probably in the email that he sent out with the original ask.
Yeah, because I think these ponds, well, I'm going to wait for the photo.
Okay.
But while we're waiting on that to see about these ponds, this little hydro plant here, it's on the ponds, not the water tank, right?
Well, it depends. There's
Okay.
just gravity involved in water and
But
that's.
those augmentation ponds, that's very standard in the water rights business for augmentation plans. Is you store water when there's free river, and the releases are made to compensate for depletions caused by your development when there's a senior call on the river. So they're releasing X units in July to mitigate X units of depletion to the river. So it's just a checking, make sure you have enough money to write your checks. It's just a balance.
Right.
And then, so on that pumping up to put water when you have water and then releasing when you owe the river is very, very standard. It's not anything unusual.
Is it an electric pump? Do you know?
It could be one of the old irrigation ditches. It could be just a gravity.
Okay, there's the,
What's the elevation differential between the pond and the river?
So you can see in purple is the proposed easement. And you can see where the ponds are.
Yeah.
They're not in the easement.
right. Oh,
So see, you can see the dirt work done
yeah.
for the ponds. That's that there and to the right.
Yeah,
There
they were all
and the
gravel
other
pit ponds.
Those are not in the easement.
Right, but the turbine would be down close to the river.
Where do people?
Well, yeah, but you see,
Yeah, that
you
was-
see all that infrastructure
Yep.
that drains.
By the bridge and
None of that
whatnot.
is in the easement.
Okay.
So that discussion kind of,
Yeah, okay,
goes
yeah,
away.
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Carl brought up, when Carl brought up water rights, I mean, I wrote that down as a question mark. I mean, does this have any effect on water rights for anybody, or is it?
I thought Ted said that Granby retains the water rights.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, so it doesn't, nothing's changing, I guess.
Nothing's-
And the water rights, to my knowledge, that are associated with that property were, this is the high ground. It was not irrigated. So it's up on the hill. It was never, to my knowledge, irrigated. And, what they were going to do, the water rights that originally were with the property were hay meadow irrigation agricultural rights that are not part of the proposed easement. So I think in general, the water rights on the entire Orvis Shore Fox Horn Ranch were used on parcels not part of the proposed easement.
So that whole issue just kind of went away then, because it's not in the easement boundaries.
Generally.
Where's the fishing take place there?
Is it that lower section?
Just that
where it's
little-
the Bull River?
Yeah, it's where the Miller, it's that lower left.
So from where the bridge goes,
Here,
no,
Let's. If this says Miller, then this is the stretch that
50-50.
Easton is on one side and Miller's on the other. But right here is the Miller boundary. So from here all the way to the end is you have Granby on one side and the easement on the other. So it's kind of common So I'm just guessing, but I'll bet from the Miller line down, that's the 4 beats.
So that would end a conflict with
So
Miller's
that's not
on,
yeah.
because they lease their fishing out for an amount of money.
Yeah. So I'd say you're right, Kristen, that it's that kind of left-hand half.
And I would say super sensitive to the millers. If the property gets sold for development, they're also going to have some issues with the river. I mean,
Yeah.
Different
right, it's going to be different issues. And probably the Granby code enforcement isn't going to be trying to keep people out of there. So,
Yes.
you know. Yeah.
But I don't know if your question was answered, but I think Jeremy answered your question on contingent upon review.
Yeah.
But he seemed to think that was just fine. But in terms of like Mountain Park's interests in what we might put into the easement, I don't think we'd want anything. I got to build a substation. We don't want to ask them to do this new substation.
Corner line, right.
I thought if we ever spun a turbine, but it's not, that went away because that's not the easement going. Say, okay, we got that pipeline, they're gonna do it for water augmentation, standard deal. I go, all of a sudden, boy, there's a a lot of potential for on micro hydro, spin a turbine if you're coming down off them ponds if they had enough elevation.
Yeah, I don't know what, you'd have to.
That one might
you'd have
be not
to,
an easement, so.
Not an easement.
But the town of Granby might want their own turbine on there.
Right,
Not our turbine.
somebody, I'm just saying that that's a use that maybe, but it looks to me like there's plenty of room between where the easement is and where it starts again on the far left along the river that could be accomplished. So I don't think it's an issue. Now, who accomplishes it, if it ever gets accomplished, who knows? Any more discussion? I guess we can take the map down. Yeah, Justin, go ahead.
I guess Sun Community still like retained about 200 acres up there that used to be all of the gravel pit. Are they planning on developing that anyways? In which case they're like, it's wrapping their development with an easement basically,
No.
right? Do you know that answer?
Where did they retain on the?
Basically, the big chunk in the middle is owned by Sun Communities still.
The donut hole.
The donut hole, right.
Whole brown inclusion.
Right.
As far as I know, they retained it because that's where their augmentation ponds are. But I don't have any idea of what. In worst case, it could be houses.
Lakefront housing.
But they're gonna have to, the augmentation pond area, they would likely, unless they built new augmentation ponds somewhere, it's not gonna go away. It's the length around the aug ponds that would.
Yeah, it'd be a lovely pond front property surrounded by conservation easement and contribute to.
A lot of property value is gonna go through the roof.
Yeah.
But they
Or
could
double wides up on top.
develop the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
You can put the fancy double wide up there.
Yeah.
And conservation easements in general, a lot of the rural ones either have residential exclusion within them. You might conserve a ranch, but you allow X residences that are either there or proposed. You have the ranch owner, the ranch manager, the couple kids. You might certainly identify existing residences within an easement and maybe a couple future.
uses.
So the donut hole, that's in the town property?
According to Justin, it's Sun's.
No, if it's Sun's, but I mean, is it in the town city limits? It's annexed in?
Is Sun in the town?
I think it is.
Yes.
So I'm just guessing, but I would say yes.
I just wonder how it's zoned.
Well, because basically Granby bought it, so if they own it, I'm guessing it's within the town.
Yeah.
So it was all annexed in under Orvis Shore Fox. So this is the piece we're talking about. Great Town of Granby owns this piece here. So Granby goes up to here.
That's their own gravel pit.
That's their gravel pit. These are the odd ponds.
Lakefront. That's Sun,
This is Sun.
but in the town limits.
Yeah, this is all in the town. This is like the, when you look at it, it's all in the town.
Is it already
It's
zoned?
not Millers and Dines, I don't believe are in the town. I mean, well, yeah, when you think about zoning of this, this was a giant PUD that Orvis Shore Fox got development rights from the town of Granby to develop. And all the water stuff was done. That PUD, it's just like what goes on in Fraser.
So they
It
could-
doesn't go away.
They could put houses there.
They could put houses.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know how it's zoned now. Sun, you know, if it was sun, so this was all, you know, a golf course, and the whole thing was for Orvis was big old fancy houses all throughout this with a golf course. And when they went belly up, I think the town allowed, and Sun River got it. They redid that PUD. But whoever owns the PUD has the right to build on it. And they have the right to go in and change the zoning. And that's, you know, that certainly happened in Fraser.
The Grand Park.
With Grand Park and it's like the rights to develop those properties were given in the 80s before, as I was coming here. And it's been many, many iterations, but whoever owns that property goes into those town council meetings. They have an attorney and they say, we have the right to develop 5,000 units. What we'd like to do is develop this little pod of 1,000 units. And the boards can't say no. Now, Granby does own this, so they could, part of it, they could conceivably say, you know, this part, if it doesn't get concerned, they could say no, or later they could say yes. This part, we're gonna have to negotiate with some communities. And I don't know if, when Sun did this, if they did anything.
Ray, what do they say? It's all about conservation values. What were the conservation, recreation, more than agriculture, scenic? What were the conservation values of that?
Number one, wildlife.
Okay, what wildlife was the number one?
Number two, I would guess, Jeremy might have them in different order, but to me, number one is the wildlife corridor. Number two is the Colorado River bank.
Okay.
And then everything else is, you know, recreation, view shed, aesthetics. But the two important ones are the
wildlife of the river,
the bank of the river, and the wildlife. Yeah. And
I assume that, but.
Yeah, and CPW to the tune of 400,000.
I'm trying to get Mark to make I think he made a motion. Are you gonna make a motion?
No, I'm comfortable like if everybody else is. I'd make a motion, but still, I'm kind of cautious on the deal that we would contribute $50,000 to Colorado Land Trust for the acquisition of this easement. Contingent on our review of the easement to make sure something doesn't get slipped in the meantime. I don't know what that would be, but that we get to review that. That we approve funding to the tune of $50,000 at this time.
Okay, so that's your motion?
Yes.
Yep, that's what I heard.
Unless anybody wants to add, anybody got?
Do you have another?
Discussion. You read it off.
Clark Bolt moved to approve $50,000 contingent on review of the easement.
Okay, and Jeff, is there a second before, Jeff has some discussion, but we need a second to move this along. Okay.
So they offered, at the $75,000 level, they offered a lot of press for us.
And some signage.
Yeah.
I'm not concerned. Do we need to advertise?
I'm just saying, if that's not in the.
Good press.
Oh, you would like that to be in the motion?
If that's.
Yeah.
Or no? Or you would like some recognition package in the motion? Or
Well,
you
use that, or I'd stick to the $75,000.
Well, I think you could have the motion be $50,000 with the proposed recognition.
Right.
Or
I guess, our discussion, do we need, sure, that recognition is nice. We've got a lot of recognition. People know who we are pretty good. Do we, I guess it's a question, do we need that recognition in this form? 25, do we need 25,000 or do we?
People who
How
did
did we
the
do it?
this, would they not recognize us because we gave them less than they wanted?
Yeah, go on. Exactly.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is the motion was 50,000 contingent upon a review, and we would like Mountain Parks to be recognized in some manner, have our logo on some signs, or as a project partner in this.
Recognition is not my goal.
I'm fine with that. I just brought up as a question. I mean,
No, that's good. It's good.
Yeah.
Board comfortable with me revising this to say Mark will move to approve 50,000 contingent on review of the easement and recognition as project partner?
Mark is comfortable with it, and then you as the second have to be comfortable.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carl, do you want?
Carl, or is Carl on? Did we lose Carl?
Down the map, let's see if he's still on there. Yep, he's there.
Okay, we voted on the motion. Justin, I couldn't see your vote because the map was that an aye? Okay. All right. So
Liz, I'm sorry, I'm trying to do some dinner and I lost my phone, but no, my vote would be no.
Okay.
Did you make that recorded?
Yes.
Okay, and I'd like it to the record to note that Cray recused himself and that, he will abstain from voting. And the motion passes with Carl as the one no vote.
And you'd like your.
Can somebody ask Ted Cherry at some point if Sun Community has the ability to develop their portion up there, just as general question in the future?
Yeah, that's good. Is that what you wanted to ask earlier, Justin, or were you an aye vote?
Oh, I was an aye vote, but
that is a good point. It's a really good point.
It doesn't hinge the project in my opinion, but I just would like to know that.
Yeah, great.
So I think there is no need for Mountain Park Services. And so if you want to make a motion to go into executive session.
And break for lunch. Okay, so we need a motion to go into executive session to discuss legal matters, power supply, and personnel issues.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, staff, for sitting.
Okay, so